Big up, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? Welcome to the Casually Chelsea show. The first Casually Chelsea show since the transfer window has ended. I'm accompanied by the starting panel of CP, Oliver Twist, and myself, Casually FC, Marshall DBDX. Once again, guys, apologies for the delay. Usually, when it comes to that stuff, it's usually because I'm busy, and I have been busy. The month of September is just going to be a really hectic one for me when it comes to this show, and it does take time to make, so bear with me. Once we get past September, hopefully October will be a lot less hectic when it comes to my schedule. It is pretty much, for the most part, a one-man show of making this, and then I just asked the panel to come in here and we have a discussion. So hopefully you guys can understand. Hopefully you guys can forgive my tardiness. I will try to be more punctual going forward. But yes, we're here. We are live and we are ready to go and ready to kind of discuss the aftermath of the post-nuclear apocalypse, which was the Twitter and most of the Chelsea fan base after the transfer window. So smash up the like button if you haven't done so already. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you are new here. Hit the bell notification so you're notified whenever we do go live. Also, be sure to check out the links in the description below and the memberships. There's 4 different tiers starting at 99p for you guys to enjoy. It does help out the channel tremendously if you do become a member, even at just a 99p tier. And there will be perks that come along with that. I'm already planning, and a lot of that comes with the offline time. So yeah, there's more to come with the channel. Like I also said, 5K subscribers, there'll be a big reveal that I'm excited to show you guys, that I really hope you guys help me get towards as well. We have been growing significantly, but now that the transfer window has died down, I am expecting a little bit of a dip in some of you guys coming here, but some of you guys are pretty loyal, and who knows, you might actually attend and join in the live streams regardless. And it is international break, so the news is a little scarce, but we have plenty to talk about. So big up to every single one of you, panel. Hopefully you guys are doing all right. And yeah, let's go ahead and get the show started like we always do on Casually FC. We start a little lighthearted, and then we get our way into the nitty gritty, which is going to be the outgoings and some of the transfer window stuff. So I'm going to start off with the first topic of today being a little different, and that's because we're going to talk about Strasbourg. Yeah, so Strasbourg is another team owned by Blueco, which is our sister, was our mother company, and yeah, they've made quite a splash in the transfer window, and I kind of wanted to talk about it in passing because there's some players I know about, some players I rate, some players I'm keeping an eye out for, and I think some of us on here are as well. I think there's been a little bit of a surgence in viewership when it comes to Strasbourg as a result of Blueco and how much work they've been putting into it. So let's get into this and let's discuss a bit of what's going on at Blueco or at Strasbourg. So we'll start off with this first tweet right here about Ishe Samuel Smith. So Liam Rossinior's new assistant, Felipe Cuello, has coached Diego Moreira at Benfica and Ishe Samuel Smith at Chelsea. Now, this was a while ago. This was about a month ago, before the following. And by the way, Felipe Cuello used to be at Chelsea, and then he moved to Strasbourg, pretty much. Ishe Samuel Smith had agreed a €7.5 million and €500,000 euro plus add-ons move for Strasbourg, but the permanent transfer has been cancelled. He has rejoined Chelsea, who have immediately loaned him out to Swansea City. So this is one of the things that happened at the end of the window, a little bit of an aftermath. And that's because of a transfer that we're going to talk about a little later in the show. So we continue on. Something that I wanted to emphasize as well is the move for Mamadou Sarr. So returning to Racing Strasbourg is my decision. So a lot of things didn't make sense with this move, considering that we had purchased the player and then we loaned him back out to the same team we purchased him from, rather than just waiting. And I mean, the argument was made that potentially we waited because the valuation, the fair valuation and price would have gone up had we not. But it seems like it was a little bit of half and half. Part of it being that, and part of it being that the player wanted to go back and probably get more game time and refine his game, which is good. We need that. And this is going to be a potential center back for Chelsea to choose next season. Let's see how he develops. Same thing goes with Aaron Elsomino, right? Let's see how these players develop. Let's see if they're as talented as they're touted to be, and if they make it to the big leagues. So we continue on. Racing Strasbourg are still working hard to recruit 3 more positions before the window closes. We'll check out those positions in a minute. Right back, Genesis Antwi, which I don't think ended up happening, but defensive midfielder Valentin Antagana and Julio Enciso. Deal has already been agreed with this one or Samuel Edozie. So the Enciso deal, it did happen. It ended up going through. After the collapse of the initial £17 million agreement between Blueco and Brighton for Julio Enciso, the transfer was renegotiated and finalized for just under £8.5 million in pounds plus bonuses. So a little bit of renegotiating, which kind of maybe goes to the initial point that potentially this was a bit of Brighton pulling out of the deal last minute, which is why the medical failed, or all this and that. We continue on. There was interest for Dylan Bakwa to go to Forest, and on the last day of the transfer window, this ended up actually happening. So Nottingham Forest agreed deal to sign Dylan Bakwa from Strasbourg, which is great. We have a record deal for Strasbourg. That's kind of cool. So yeah, Bakwa's going to be one to look out for. He's a good player. He's probably going to do pretty well at Forest. We'll obviously be keeping an eye on the player. Well, actually, no, we won't. But it's another player to kind of be on the lookout for. Definitely worth watching. And this is pretty much all their signings that they made as of August 26th. Maybe there's a few that weren't added in there. The amount that was spent in Strasbourg rounds about to be 126.5 million euros. So a good chunk of investment of money into Strasbourg, which is, I'm sure Strasbourg fans will appreciate. The overall expenditure was about 122 million euros. Awaiting confirmation of Ben Chilwell's fee, which we will discuss. Transfer income of 85.4 million euros as well, including potential add-ons. Net spend was 36.6 million euro for Strasbourg, which is good in terms of the size of the club, the budget you got there. It's great. It's great to see. And then we have here, obviously, the transfer market, where we get to see a good amount of pretty much every player that went out. You have Panachili, Hoisberg, Amogu, Omabadile, Barco, Enciso, Koulibaly, Demba Diop, Samuel Smith ended up going back, so this one has to be updated. Amiya, Godo, Oyedeli, and then on a free was Chilwell, Bajic, Star, Penders, Paez, Rafael Luiz. As far as the departures go, a lot of departures did happen. And Diarra that went to Sunderland, Bakwa to Forest, Mamadou Sarr returned, Robin Risser went to Lens, Senaya to Auxierre, so on and so forth. A lot of players I don't even know. These are Strasbourg players. The only ones I really know are from Mamadou Sarr. I don't know the rest of them really. But yeah, Strasbourg had a pretty solid window. And it's going to be a team to definitely watch. I definitely think with this team, they do have the ingredients to hopefully break into the Champions League spot. And then from there, we figure out what happens with the whole multi-ownership thing.
Yeah, wouldn't that be bad for us if they make Champions League spots?
There's loopholes that was revealed.
We will figure out a way around it. Like, we'll put the measures in place to make sure that we comply with the restrictions.
It's like a whole partial ownership kind of thing.
League football, but if we can't do it, then we'll have to sell our shares, I guess. If we couldn't,
it's something like that, like a partial ownership kind of thing. So yeah, that's pretty much.
I know a lot of people have a problem with that if we did get around it.
Oh, is my mic acting up, people? Guys, is my mic acting up? Is it clicking?
I don't know, not for me, is it?
All right, I'm gonna reset my mic in a minute, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's much to really discuss from you guys' perspective. I don't know, CP, if you have much to add to this, because I know maybe you're more versed up and caught up on Strasbourg players and such. But yeah, any thoughts on this, guys? While I fix my mic.
Someone explain to me what Ben Chilwell was doing there.
Wait, how much did we sell him for?
We didn't sell him. It's a free transfer. We terminated his contract.
Yeah, I mean,
but that's what's so baffling to me. We terminated this guy's contract, and now we've taken him back in at our sister club. Like, why not just get rid of him overall.
I don't think it was a termination
honestly,
of contract. I think it's a little more
It was
complicated.
Marshall. It was listed as a free transfer, and his contract's not up, so that means mutual termination.
It could. I don't know if that's what that means.
They didn't say that, though, did they?
It could mean that we just didn't charge him a fee for the player.
You can't do that, though. That's not fair valuation.
What is fair valuation for Ben Chilwell, Oliver?
5 mil.
Let's be honest.
I mean, listen, we can have our opinions on what that is. You know, us not on the panel can say he's worth nothing, but in the real world, where he's a former England international,
He is somewhat
and he has
as well.
and he's an experienced player. Like you can't even get 1 million for Ben Chilwell. You know, like we don't rate him, but in the real world, there is a fair value.
Let me ask you this: What are some categories that you would say go into a player's evaluation? And let's see if Chilwell hits those categories to even merit like a.
I mean, his name, I think, experience.
No. Name is this. That's not.
No, but that can help like Saudi shirts and all sorts.
It's true.
Yeah, but name.
That's why Saudi buy.
Sure.
That's why MLS Saudi buy these legends and ex-players, and they buy them because like,
Saudi or MLS weren't even in for Chilwell as far as we're aware.
I don't think he would, but like I don't know, he has experience.
Chilwell's not that big of a name.
He has.
Chilwell only had interest from Turkey, I think.
I'm sure he can still score a goal here and there.
Okay.
He's lost his leg.
Listen, I don't disagree. Name, sure, but that's also Ben Chilwell. Like we're not talking about Wayne Rooney. It's Ben Chilwell.
No, he's not. I said
Ben Chilwell's
somewhat.
not the biggest name.
Big name. I said somewhat.
Like somewhat. Like it's a moderate.
He's won a lot of trophies.
He's up there with Milner in terms of name weight. Like it's not that big of a name.
Somewhat of a big name too. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's been one of the longest-standing English Premier League players
around,
with multiple clubs and multiple positions. Like, I would even think Milner has a bigger name than Chilwell.
He definitely had the quality. I will say Ben Chilwell before the injury definitely had the quality band where he could just.
Yeah, but that was 3 years ago.
I know. I don't know.
3 years ago. Okay, then we have last season where he barely played any minutes. The season before that where he was out for most of it, and then this season where he's had no interest from any club. Let's be real, guys. He's had two seasons where he's played. Luke Shaw is different. Luke Shaw has actually played more minutes than Ben Chilwell.
No, I know,
in the last 2
but
seasons.
he's a very injury-prone guy, and he does play minutes. But I don't know. He's still playing a big 2025 for a big club.
Well,
the thing is, even players that have these like crazy injuries, there's still a value for them somewhere in the market. And they still get these moves for transfer fees. When was the last time you guys heard the name Presnel Kimpembe? Because he just got a transfer to a Middle Eastern club, and when was the last time you heard his name? He had a mad ACL, not an ACL, sorry, an Achilles injury.
There's two things with that, Oliver. There's caveats with that, right? One, Kimpembe won a World Cup.
Ben Chilwell won Champions League.
Ben Chilwell won the Club World Cup.
Two, Saudi links. The Saudi links. Between is it Saudi? No, it's Qatar. Wait,
Ben Chilwell won
PSG? PSG is owned by Saudi run, right?
Qatar.
It's Qatar. So there might be some links there as well. Like you never know. But it's also Kimpembe was one of the best center backs for a while.
Yeah,
what?
He was like a good up and coming center back. I wouldn't say one of the best.
I feel like I can't say anything without CP just being in shock and awe. Like I have a take.
Bro.
Like CP, 2-3 seasons ago, President Kimpembe was considered one of the best center backs.
He potentially could have been up there, I thought, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that's a crazy take.
I thought it maybe
I'm just gonna leave that. Anyways, he went for 5 million. He went for 5 million. He actually went for 5 million to Qatar. So to Qatar though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing in Qatar. He's not playing in Saudi. So it makes sense.
Oh, in Qatar.
Yeah.
So it makes sense because there's links there.
Yep.
So that makes even more sense. I'm looking at Ben Chilwell's minutes. Last season, he played 440 minutes. The season before that...
Probably like 200.
The season before that, 1,172. So a lot more.
Wait, who did he play for?
Yeah, a lot more minutes than that.
Marshall, if Oliver does have a good point, but your point is also the Qatar link, so fair enough. But I'm just looking at Kimpembe's minutes. Fucking hell, dude. For 2024,
yeah, no, he's been rough.
It's less than 90 minutes.
Wow.
In all competitions.
At least Ben Chilwell plays minutes, I guess.
Well, he just came back from injury last year.
He's had a horrific time with injuries.
No,
I think his Achilles, like I said.
He played 37 minutes in the Coupe de France, 21 minutes in the league, and 18 minutes in the Champions League last season.
No, you know what happened, Oliver? He ruptured his Achilles, and then after he ruptured his Achilles, I think he did his ACL.
Oh yes, that's what it was. Yeah, just a horrible time.
How the hell does he have
out
value
for
then?
a really long time?
Well, he doesn't have much.
Because when he was playing, he was a top center back.
So was Chilwell. He's the top left back when he's playing.
Chilwell, when he was playing, was under Pochettino.
It's like
he was
Kimpembe.
horrible.
He was good before he was injured.
Before Pochettino, he was also horrible.
No, but like even Pochettino,
so
he
the last time you saw a good Chilwell was under Tuchel before the takeover, before he got injured. It's totally different circumstances.
Well, we got 25 million for Werner, and you're telling me that Ben Chilwell's fair market value is zero.
No. Wait. We got 20 million for Broja, who didn't play for 2 years, and we got 20 million.
He's got age on his side.
Broja's younger.
That's the only thing I'd say. He's got age, but yeah.
No. Yes, Chris. 20. Where
guys, try refreshing your streams because there's nothing I can do on my end. I've not changed anything stream
We're even asking for 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. This man went for free compared to Broja, who went for 20 million. There's a big difference.
I'd get the tweets if I could, but I've seen multiple reports that say it was a contract termination.
It is. It's a free. It's a contract termination. There's no way he went for free other than that. There's no way in hell you're telling me he went for free.
Hence why I'm confused. Why is he now at our sister club? Just be rid of him forever. Honestly.
He's proper Chelsea man.
The thing is, it's not as simple as okay, terminate contract, go. No, there has to be an agreement between player and club. So there's probably an agreement that okay, I'm just assuming, right? I will get rid of my contract. I won't ask you. We'll mutually terminate it. But I need to end up at a club. Maybe it's something like, okay, Chilwell, listen, you've been professional. You haven't been speaking out. You're willing to negotiate and work with your contract, unlike a certain Sterling we'll talk about. We will set you up with Strasbourg, but your time at Chelsea's done. So we're going to transfer you over to Strasbourg. We won't charge him a fee or anything. We'll terminate your contract with Chelsea, and the rest of your contract will be carried on with Strasbourg or something. We'll take care of it.
Does anyone know how long his Strasbourg contract is, by the way? I'm genuinely curious.
Probably 2 years.
I don't actually know. I haven't seen it reported anywhere. I might just be living under a rock.
The Strasbourg one's ending 2027, apparently.
Yeah.
So 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Standard.
So he'll be 30.
Wait, he's not 30 now?
He's 28.
No, he's late 20s.
He's 28. Yeah, Chilwell's 28.
He's not even that old then, really.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's getting there.
He's getting there, but he's almost in a way, in his prime years, in a sense.
If this is his prime
No,
years,
I'm not saying this is. No, I'm just saying
yes.
Look at Kukureya. How old is he? 27, 28? Look at him.
Yeah, Kimpembe is actually 30, by the way. So
oh wow, he's older too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh damn.
Yeah, that means.
Well, no, that.
But anyway, apart from that, sorry, Chris.
I don't know. I think Chilwell should be around 5 to 3, even 1 million. I thought it was a bit crazy, but maybe since
We'll talk about Chilwell a little later in the show. Can we talk about the other transfers that happened at Strasbourg?
I don't know. What
you mean the Højlund guy, the Højlund, the center back?
This guy.
I don't even know most of them, so
They got this Danish center back that's being hyped up pretty.
And Barco.
Pretty much.
Wait, Barco was alone with an obligation, or what the hell? Why is Barco?
Yeah, it was an obligation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And he was good for. He was good for them in the second half of last season.
Dude, he's playing in midfield. He's balling out. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, you can play left back and midfield now.
He's balling out. Yeah, sorry, Lucas Hogsberg. Sorry, there you go. Danish guy. He's been being hyped up a lot. Actually.
Okay, I'm reading this right now from BBC. FIFA's loan rules state a club cannot loan more than 3 players to the same club in a single season, so only a permanent deal is possible for Chilwell. Chelsea used 3 of their 6 international loan spots for Strasbourg. However, there is no law to prevent Chelsea selling players to Strasbourg as long as the fee reflects fair market value. Last summer, City and United were allowed to take their places in European competition despite multi-club ownership conflicts with Girona and Nice. That was after they agreed not to transfer players permanently or on a loan, either directly or indirectly, from July 2024 to 2025. The arrangement is now ended following the closure. This to me implies that we sold him to Strasbourg for nothing. Not that the contract was terminated. So fair market value,
I think it's Strasbourg.
I guess that falls under fair market value. It could get flagged. We'll see down the line, but as of right now, it doesn't seem like it's raising any suspicions.
I just don't see how anyone from UEFA is going to look at that and be like, you couldn't even pay a 200k transfer fee for Ben Chilwell. Like he's that bad that he's a zero. I just don't see that.
Hey.
He was really shit under Pochettino. He wasn't even great under Potter, and then he didn't play at all that season.
So Ben Chilwell isn't worth £1.
That's essentially 3 seasons of just not be. At least Luke Shaw has played in and out of the team.
I understand Luke Shaw, but like even there's many players out there would be in that situation. They would still be.
Kimpembe has played in more.
We just
let me rephrase. Kimpembe
okay.
has had better seasons in those 3 seasons.
Nope, has he?
So maybe his situation is, and also the Qatari links. So maybe there's an out with that.
I think because they're Strasbourg, that's why they're gone for free, and we're like, we own them technically, right? So I think that's just a big play to it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But then you have the whole UEFA like, hey, that's not a fair deal, you know. So
That's how I look at it.
We must have gone past the fair market value thing.
Do you think?
Marshall, I think we've gotten past that by terminating his contract, because then there doesn't have to be a transfer fee, and then there's no fair market value.
But there's no thing saying that this contract's been terminated, Oliver.
That's weird. Then that's weird, because I'm pretty sure.
Did the club announce? Oh, the club announcement said he's joined them. Yeah, hasn't? Oh God.
So. That's the thing, like if a Saudi club or a Premier League club or even MLS, I am dead certain would get like $1 million or something, or 5 mil. I don't know what value, but like I think it's Strasbourg. That's why they got for free. That's how I look at it. Like I can't like imagining like we just giving the player for free.
Do you know how crazy it is for a player to have zero as their fair market value? I can buy a chocolate bar for more than that.
Yes, I understand. I think
this is a human being that has prior experience as a football player.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know, but I mean, it's not like, as far as I'm aware, they're also, you know what? Fuck this. Hold on.
That's true, man. A chocolate bar is worth more than Ben Chilwell in 2025.
I'm just gonna
Redo is worth more than Chilwell.
At this point, like, we're already here. Where the fuck is it? Where's Chile? Here's
God, this is confusing.
It's not.
I don't think it's confusing. I think we did something a little bit dodgy.
It's suspicious. It's suspicious, but if UEFA hasn't said anything, then who the fuck am I to say, hey, UEFA, this player should have value. You should flag us.
Like, I mean, knowing
UEFA,
knowing UEFA, if they do say anything, it's going to take time. These things don't get flagged.
Wouldn't it be just like easy just saying we terminated this contract and then they just got him?
No, because the player has to agree with that, and then if you terminate the contract, then the player has to give up his salary.
Yeah.
And he probably didn't want to do that because, as far as I'm aware,
what, he's still gonna pay the same?
I think Chilwell hasn't really lost his salary.
There's no way.
Here's the announcement. Ben Chilwell has joined Strasbourg on a 2-year contract. No coincidence that that's the same amount of time he had left on his contract at Chelsea. Right? Exclusive. Strasbourg agreed to sign Chilwell on a 2-year contract. Here we go. Medical done. Chilwell joins ambitious project at Strasbourg for Liam Rosen, European football. And then Ben Chilwell says goodbye to Chelsea. I'll just read the message real quick. Chelsea fans, firstly, thank you. We won the Champions League together, made a bond like I'd never have imagined, and I met brothers for life on and off the pitch here. You helped me through the tough times, injuries, and personal life. Gave me the best moments of my life. I'll never be able to thank you enough, Chile. And listen, big up to Chilwell. Like I do appreciate everything he did for the club. So he's good in my books, but it just didn't work out anymore. He was past his prime. And this is the part people are asking: how much? We don't even know. Like this is just free. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys.
So if he's paid the same wages, we're still paying.
I refuse to believe that Strasbourg have the salary headroom to pay Ben Chilwell 200k a week.
Nah, they won't. Something fishy, Marshall.
That would destroy their wage structure, by the way. Like think of where Strasbourg were before we picked them up. That they were a relegation fighting team, and Blue Co don't even pay big wages like since Winstanley and Stewart came. He'd probably be their top earner. I'll be completely honest.
What? People on YouTube are having issues with the quality of the stream.
I've looked, and it just looks like it's an issue.
It sounds fine.
I looked on
StreamYard.
Yeah, it sounds fine here, but like on YouTube, it does sound like it's messing up Marshall. I have.
I don't know what to do. I didn't change any settings. I haven't touched anything. I haven't done anything. There's nothing. There's literally nothing I can do. So it might be on some StreamYard bullshit. StreamYard, you owe me ad revenue for this show. Thanks.
Yeah. Give your money back.
Yeah, I really don't know what the deal is with Chilwell. I mean, more will be revealed, I'm sure, in the coming days. But as far as I know right now, the facts are we basically transferred him over to Strasbourg. Didn't charge him anything. If it gets flagged by FIFA, we might hear about it at some point, which would be bad because we're not in a position to be flagged by not FIFA, UEFA. Yeah. It would be UEFA.
Yeah, it'd be UEFA flagging it if they do.
Yeah, because we're not in a position to be flagged by UEFA because that could serve. If we get flagged by UEFA, that breaches our agreement that we had with UEFA for the whole transfer thing and all that shit. And not only that, fair market value. We already got flagged for that because of the whole Amari Kellyman situation. And yeah, if we were to get fined for that, we could potentially get fined. I think the most I heard was 3 years punishment from European competition.
Right.
What were you gonna ask?
Are they in European competition as well?
Conference League.
They're in Conference League.
So yeah, it definitely would be triggered by UEFA for sure. If it does.
Yeah. We don't know.
Hey, maybe it's a clean deal.
But
I could be wrong.
That's the thing. If he isn't valued, if this isn't fair market value for him, then it will get flagged at some point.
I mean, they can't. UEFA can't decide what's fair value. It's just the wages. Now I have like, it's a bit concerning. If we're paying the wages and we sold him, that's weird.
No, they can decide what's fair market. They do this for every club. Like they have criteria. Yeah. Well, how can you have rules if you don't? How can you have rules about this if you don't have a criteria for what fair market value is?
Yeah, sounds a bit dodgy.
Yeah.
It's a strange one. It really, really is. This is why I wanted to talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the strangeness of it all, but
I mean, we got loopholes. This is
going to be something we're going to have to come back to. He also could have taken a pay cut. We just don't know about it in his salary. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know.
I imagine he would have. Again, I can't see 200k at Strasbourg.
Yeah. I could maybe even 100k might be even too much for Strasbourg. I don't know.
Oh yeah, like 70, 90.
He must have taken some type of pay cut.
I mean, they gone for free. Like I don't know, 100k to like 70k be fair still. They gone for free. Like you're not paying for it. And then we paid. How much you pay for Saar? Just something about like 150k, I think.
Oh, he was 120.
It was quite a lot, but we got him on a free, so I didn't really like think that mattered too much.
It was 120 because he was earning the same as Cho.
Oh yeah, something about that. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it's a weird one. But yeah, going back to the original topic, which is
I thought that was the topic.
The original topic was Strasbourg, not Chilwell.
Well, I mean, he's part of Strasbourg.
He's not the only part of Strasbourg.
Probably the only player I know.
Unfortunately. You don't know Julian Ciso anymore.
That's a good signing.
Yeah. So with some of these signings, Julian Ciso is going to be one to look out for. Paez that Chris doesn't know either. He's going to be one to look out for. Mamadou Sarr, Chris doesn't know who that is either, and Mike Penders, he doesn't know who that is either. So
No.
some players to look out for, Chris, just in case you didn't know who they were. Just saying, you know, just remember the name.
Oh yeah, like I forgot about
they might
Pandas
come
actually
back.
for a second.
Yeah, I know. No, you didn't forget it for a second. You forgot it for a whole segment. So
I would say the Ventura was just the more.
Oyedele is another one too to keep an eye on. He played. Okay, so you actually might not know who Oyedele is.
Yeah.
Oyedele was a player that played against us when he was playing at Legia Warsaw. He was actually pretty decent against us. So they signed that player. What
season was that? Like roughly how many years ago?
Last
Legia Warsaw.
Oh, this season. Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah. Oh man, like there's so many like random names in there.
What team did? Okay, never mind. Papa Diop is another player that I was told to look out for. But I've seen Barco. So I've seen Barco play a few games. He's actually pretty good, and I could see him being a potential option in the future for an inverting left back. He's actually pretty good. And yeah, some players to look out for too. Among Us went over there as well. So we'll see how some of these players fare. And they did lose some important players too. Let's be honest. Like, Diarra left and Bakwa left, who were some pretty important players for them last season. So let's see how they fare. Paez has looked pretty good in the first few games that they played. So yeah, Strasbourg is a team to look out for sure. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for them whenever I remember to watch some games. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh,
I've got to specialize on Penders when it comes to Strasbourg. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw one of the games that he's played. There was a comp of just him passing the ball. He is unbelievable.
I saw one as now.
It looks really good, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't even a shot. It was like, passing the ball.
Yeah. There was one that was like really low driven. Yeah, it went all the way to the final third. Just went through everyone.
That was nasty for a keeper.
Well, like he's like 6'7" and he plays the ball like unbelievably. Like, when do you ever see that?
I'm not gonna get excited, but he does look pretty good. So, yeah, guys, I know there's issues with YouTube or StreamYard today with what's going on. There's nothing I can do on my end. So
that's fucked.
Maybe watch the show once it's done and maybe it'll be fixed. But there's literally absolutely nothing I can do to fix my audio on my end. I don't know. Is it on desktop? Would you check on desktop?
I checked on my desktop. Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't know. Are you guys having issues on your phones or just desktops or whatever?
Yeah.
Normally, I actually do watch on my phone if I do watch something. So.
Yeah. Hopefully, in the post, it'll fix itself. But yeah, literally nothing I can do, guys, about the audio on my end. So it's got to be StreamYard or whatever the fuck. And it's not just me; it's everyone. So.
Really, it's happened to a lot of people.
No, he's saying Oliver sounded mad.
Oh yeah.
I heard everyone sounds.
Audio. It's not. Just
it's just saying on the panel. Okay. On the panel. Okay, fuck it. Let's just keep going and hopefully
it sorts itself out.
Sometimes it's sped up. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. That's
on the phone twice just check.
Okay, damn it. Fucking YouTube or StreamYard. I'll figure out who to blame later. Okay. Let's continue on as if things are working just fine. Hey, there was a rumor spread during international break about a certain ex-player of Chelsea called Jadon Sancho. Certain ex-loan, I should say. So the original tweet was deleted. Let me find what I can get of it. Did you hear the rumor?
Oh, the fake quote from Bowley.
Yeah, I have part of it here, and it's apparently United or some outlet came out and said that apparently the president of Chelsea said we had an agreement to buy him at 20 million euro, but the player in the last season did not show up to several training sessions, once not even to the stadium for the match. He spent the night chatting with his girlfriend, slept during the day, and all this yada yada yada. That's all.
That's not true.
Tweet. So.
I don't know if someone said it to me. Quotes.
Fabrizio Romano then comes out and debunks it, saying, quotes reported by Italian press from Todd Bowley about Jadon Sancho are completely fake. Todd Bowley didn't release any interview to Italian newspapers about Jadon Sancho and never commented about the English winger situation. Now, I'm just going to say this right now. If you're someone like Chris,
No, wait,
or
no,
anyone else
because
who
wait, hang on.
is
Can I
a bumbling
defend myself
idiot
here?
and actually believe that Todd Bowley never talks about Chelsea, but decided, hey, I'm going to talk about
Okay, no, I didn't
Jadon
know
Sancho
that part.
today
That part I didn't know.
to an Italian
Yeah,
outlet
okay, I didn't.
that's not business related. In the mud,
No,
real Chris
okay,
is in the mud.
all I saw, right,
No, no,
is
no,
like
no,
him
no,
not
no,
doing
no,
much
no.
training and shit like that. I thought that part was real because he's done that at United. So, oh, okay, like I didn't know like mentioned about Todd Bowley, so all of it's fake then. I'm guessing.
Yeah, when they say the Chelsea president, they meant Todd Bowley.
No, I know, but I didn't see that part. Even Chelsea president, I just got sense like my brother, United fan.
I mean, as soon as I read Chelsea president, I knew it was fake because we don't have a president.
Yeah,
we don't even have a president. I think we do.
No, like Florentino Perez is the club president of Real Madrid.
Yeah.
We don't have a club president.
no, I don't think we have the title for that.
Oh, okay.
Todd Bowley is the chairman.
I found the rest of the statement, guys. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. I lied. Sorry.
No, I just saw the nonsense of like apparently like him like not turning up trainers. So all of it's fake then, right? So, well, yeah.
That's yes, because Maresca would never have used him again after that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He called Noni out and Vega out. Why wouldn't he have called Sancho out?
That's,
Chief operative officer. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like I immediately knew. It's kind of weird that these rumors are even coming out to begin with. Like, I don't know what Jadon Sancho has done to.
No, I think it's because he did some of this stuff like not turn up to train at United. I think, and it's easy to do this stuff.
But why are Italy slandering?
I don't know.
Like,
Actually,
why is
Italy,
Italy Italian?
Did he maybe
Did
he maybe reject an Italian club over summer?
Oh, you know what he did, right? Because he didn't want to cut his
Was
salary.
it Roma or?
I think he was linked to Yo, chat. Do you guys remember who Jadon Sancho was linked to in the summer?
I'm thinking Roma, but I may be wrong.
Was it Juve?
Juventus, Manny.
It wasn't Juve.
I think it might have been. I have a feeling it might be Juventus.
Okay, he was linked to Juve.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, he was. Yeah.
Big up, chat. Yeah, he was linked to Juve, and
United
they couldn't
such
get the deal
a prison. He
across
just wants to stay at United anyway.
Well,
he's now Aston Villa.
He doesn't want to cut.
Yeah, but then that's up to him, right? If he's like so-called like prison FC like at United, he would leave.
I guess. I mean, he seems to have wanted to stay in England.
Hates United so much.
I don't think he cares about football.
Or he just hates United so much he just fucking wants to make them suffer by having them pay more.
He could have stayed to us if he took the wage for us as well, 120k or whatever.
But he didn't want to.
But that's this dumbass fault, and he wants to like stay at like United and be like, oh, I'm sad.
Did you not hear what I said?
Some of it. Like about like the whole nonsense and like what him not training and Todd Bowley like quoting it.
No, I didn't say any of that. No, what I just said was, or maybe he's doing it on purpose because he wants United to suffer and just pay more of his salary.
Honestly, I don't think they're suffering. They pay everyone high wages in general, but they are trying to lower it for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, listen, if I'm in Jadon Sancho's situation, I get it, right? If obviously you're aspiring to prove. Okay, hold on. There's two sides to this. I think one side of it is you can say, like, obviously, if you're an ambitious footballer, you should go and play football, yada, yada. Like, who cares about the money? You're getting paid enough as it is. Like, even half of that salary is enough for anyone to want to play football as a living. But the other part of it, you could say, is also, well, United slandered my name and my career for the most part, to be honest. Like, all the shit that happened under Ten Hag, all the bullshit, we all found out it was all fake once he came to Chelsea. He had no problems at Chelsea, yada, yada, yada. So after all that, now you want to try to get me to cut my wages to move to another club when you gave me the wages. Then you didn't give me a chance to really prove myself with Ten Hag, because Ten Hag iced him out for whatever fucking reason. Like, Ten Hag iced out a bunch of people. Like, no, fuck you. You guys are going to pay me the rest of my wages. I don't care how it helps you or doesn't help you. I have no allegiances to United. You guys fucked me over. So fuck you. Find me a club that's going to pay me the money, or I'm staying.
How are you staying then?
I got a girl with expensive taste.
I mean, it's good money.
He does.
Oh,
am I wrong?
I was midway eating my dinner and I just what the
I'm not wrong. Wait, who's his girlfriend? His girlfriend's like some.
Yeah, no, she
I
used
don't
some
know.
like influencer type.
Jay-
I don't track that stuff. What the
I
hell?
don't think any of us do. That's why Marshall's searching it right now.
There are people out there that do, man. Trust me.
Yeah, I know.
American
Oh.
rapper Saweetie.
Is that a rapper name?
Who?
Saweetie.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Who?
let me see.
I wonder if she does well.
Yeah.
Jaden Sancho.
I never heard of her.
My sentiments exactly.
Let's
Sweet.
go play a song.
Sweet.
Like put on the screen.
No, not playing a song. Yeah, Jaden, you got some interesting taste here.
Is it?
She's kind of bad. All right, never mind.
So yeah, so you're
Interesting.
like you were
It's still
saying, girl has
interesting
expensive taste. Is that what you were saying?
You know what? I'll let you be the judge of that. Mm-hmm.
Maybe she's a strong, independent woman. You know what I'm saying? She's a rapper, strong, independent woman. You know what I'm saying? Why?
Maybe. You know what? Let's be off this topic before we snowball into areas I don't want to get into. Sweetie net.
You really looking at that way?
But yeah,
Might be making more money than him.
he doesn't want to cut his salary. I don't really blame him too much for that. Like, I'm not gonna hold him to that too much.
Hey, he's
It's not like
enjoying
Columbus
life, man.
United can hold that.
Just turn up the training, make
4 million.
whatever.
4 million.
Oh,
you're
you
welcome.
actually.
4 million.
That's actually not bad. I guess she does decent. I guess.
What's Jaden Sanchez?
But he's more loaded, so I get it now.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure he is. Like,
Damn!
it's a lot, isn't it? Probably.
Yo, Jaden Sanchez is like 20 times that. Fucking Christ.
He makes
Okay, it is
300k
what it
plus at United. Like for this long, it's gonna do pretty well.
Oh yeah, his move to Villa didn't actually
No.
happen, did it?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why would it? I would loan maybe. Oh
It was
yeah,
loan,
they
wasn't
were
No,
supposed
it
to pay
did
most
go.
of it, weren't
It
they?
did
They were
happen.
supposed to pay most of it, but I guess it fell through.
Did it fall through?
Don't know. Any United fans here? Like, did
Aston
he actually
Villa have signed.
commit to the cause and went over there?
I thought I saw a here we go, but then again, I don't trust that fraud anymore. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's having howlers. Fabrizio.
I know.
Here we go.
oh god, don't know what to believe anymore.
I just take a pinch of salt now. Fabrizio.
All I'm seeing is he did join,
Wait,
but it's a loan. It's a loan.
Yeah, that's the,
again.
I never said it was a sale. It was just a loan.
Okay. Jeez, now my streamer looks funky. Okay, now I fixed it. Okay. Yeah. So it's really weird that this even happened. I guess Italian outlets are kind of annoyed that he wouldn't cut his salary to join Juve, the great and glorious Juve.
I just think kind of like what Chris was saying. You know, that he has a reputation, whether rightly or wrongly, for these kind of behaviours. So to some people, this sort of thing will seem feasible, and they'll believe it.
Yeah, it's a shame because obviously I think he's a good player there.
he's good
Um,
technically. We've seen.
I think he's good technically. I think at the time of being at Chelsea, he just didn't really fit the profile
I wouldn't mind him as backup.
And he
though.
had-
over Garnacho. I
Okay.
probably wouldn't mind.
How do I phrase this? What I'm trying to say is that this season he would have been a better fit for us. Last season, he was there before we had the actual profile to actually make the most out of his chances created.
Yeah, because now we've got Joe Pedro up there.
Because he did make chances, but one of the things that we criticized him for was, bro, you don't shoot the ball.
Yeah.
That was one of his biggest criticisms, to be honest. And how is he supposed to get assists when we don't have a fucking good striker up there? Now we actually have a good striker, but we don't have.
He's got some bangers, I will say, like that Tottenham one, and then
Yeah.
was it West Ham?
He's
Or
always had the
Look at
potential.
Ipswich,
He has the ability to do it.
was it Ipswich that banger near the end of the season?
Ipswich, Benfica, Tottenham.
Yeah.
Scored in the final as well. the
Like those
Conference
3 games.
final.
Yeah. I said Benfica.
I
sorry.
thought he
Betis.
was okay
You
at
mean.
Chelsea.
Betis.
Yeah.
Betis. Yeah. Sorry.
I just thought like, okay, well, Chelsea got off you like a decent wage, but ain't gonna be like United, and he just
Mhm.
rejected it because he just wants the money.
But you know what? Listen, and we're going to get into this with Raheem Sterling, but in my personal opinion, that's his right. So that's the contract he's got, and he's allowed to sit on that.
I mean, yeah.
He is, and on top of it, United tried to fuck him over a few times now. Like, his time at United has not been a wonderful time.
Oh.
So he doesn't really owe them any favors, as far as I'm aware. If you're gonna be petty like that, like, and I would be, like, I don't blame the guy. They literally slandered his name and did all this bullshit.
Garnacho and Sancho, like, there seems to be a bit of issues at the club with that.
When it gets to a point where you have to eat your meals from the club in your car because you're not even allowed in the cafeteria.
Wait, that was true as well?
Yes. Jadon Sancho had to eat meals out of his car.
I don't know what happened to Man United, man. It's fallen.
United, he doesn't owe United any favors. So he doesn't need to lower his fucking salary just to help them out. So I don't...
The gym as well, the roofs, the clean, not cleaning, the staff as well.
United are an absolute horse show.
It's not run well.
Of an institution.
Just the fact of it. It's just they buy all these players for high wages, and it's just they don't run the club well, like stadium-wise and how it's done. Like we saw Ronaldo as well talk about it before he left Saudi. And
even before Ronaldo, it was Ranić.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Ranić said the club needed open heart surgery.
Yeah.
That's a real quote.
Huge.
Like they just relied on like old equipment way too much. But
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer kept his mouth shut for the club.
Yeah.
But when Ranić took over, Ranić was no holds bar. He basically said, "This club, if this club is going to survive, if Manchester United is going to survive, it's going to need open."
That was his job though, because he was moving on to the board as like a director
first. Yeah, and then
he got sacked because they preferred Ten Hag's vision.
I mean, they are trying to build a new stadium right now. That's the plan ahead.
Let's see if that goes through. But let's speaking of United, let's move on because we have a few topics I wanted to bring up, obviously, before everyone leaves. So let's talk about. Well, we don't need to talk about much. Garnacho got a number.
Oh.
That's it. That's the topic. Garnacho is now number 49.
Number 40.
49.
49. Yeah, Chris.
Supposedly that was
Garnacho, Chris?
Supposedly that was the number he debuted for with United. So that might be the significance.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, he's not a starter, man.
That's about it. Yeah. Oh,
nah.
The number
I can say, Marshall, is
the number means
Estebao, Neto, and Palmer. That's how I can see our front line. Like, with obviously, João Pedro up top, and
at the moment,
here and there rotation with
at the moment,
what's his name, Delap as well when he gets fit again.
Let's see what happens.
And Garnacho's just gonna be sitting there
because I could potentially see lineups where it's going to be primarily Neto on the right, and Estebao is going to be benched until we actually need to use him.
Well, there's going to need to be rotation.
Yeah, it's going to need to be rotation, and on top of it, you're going to need to, the plan was always to ease the player in, and Maresca was doing that until Palmer got hurt. So you could potentially see Garnacho on that left as a starter. Chris, stay in
denial. Like, we literally have better players in front of him. Like,
Chris, you're not understanding though. We're not saying Garnacho's going to start against Manchester United and Liverpool. We're saying he'll start in rotation.
Yeah,
You're also not Maresca.
I know I'm not Maresca. I've got hair.
Maresca doesn't play football like we do on Ultimate Team and just pick the highest rated players. And like, if he sees something in training, if he sees some chemistry and some things going on, linky, tiki taka, all this shit that we're not seeing, he's gonna start, whether you like it or not.
No, but this is the thing. I don't see him being a main starter at the club when we have Neto, Estebao, Palmer.
You probably don't.
Ain't happening. He ain't good enough.
Maresca. All right, Maresca. Like,
I guarantee you, like, he won't start more than 20 games. There's no way.
I don't think that's.
No, I'm talking about the whole season, not just Premier League, by the way. I didn't even back it to all the way through there. Like, he won't start like games like how many like Neto or Palmer or João Pedro.
I don't think 20 is an outrageous.
It's a really tough one because you've got Gittins as well. Like no one's
talking.
talking
I mean, like
about.
he's just a rotational. I believe he will start probably like, I don't know, 10 games to like.
Chris, do you want to bet that he's going to start more than 15 games?
More than 15 games, like the whole season.
All comps.
All comps. Because you sound so sure he's not going to get started. I'm telling you right now, he's probably going to be our starting left winger for the most part, with Neto being on the right and Estevan. If all players,
I mean,
fit,
Neto can play
Estevan being on the pitch. Yes, he can, but I think Maresca prefers him on the right, and he prefers to be on the right.
He might scrape it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for sure. 100% actually think about it. I'm just looking at it. We've got Champions League.
Chris, when you agree to this and then Neto gets the nastiest ACL injury, man, I can't beat that.
I blame myself for that then.
But it's also like, again, like, listen, I know Neto can play left, but I don't think Maresca wants him on the left. Hence why you had Nani playing on the left during Club World Cup and Neto on his preferred right side. Like, we know Nani Madueke is much more effective on the right than the left, but Maresca insisted. Why did he insist? You got to ask yourself these questions. So he must be playing Neto on the right and forcing Nani to adapt on the left, even though it would have been better if you had Neto on the left and Nani on the right for overall play. But for some reason, he wants to put Neto on the right. So I'm telling you, like, I don't think I don't think Neto's going to play on the left wing as much as you guys think. Or I'm not saying you guys, Chris.
Wait,
just Chris.
But like, where did Neto play last game, by the way?
Left wing, maybe? Did he play left wing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He had injuries,
right.
Chris.
No, like we had Delap starting, we had João Pedro. Okay, we didn't have Palmer. That is a good point, but like,
João Pedro got hurt. Not João Pedro. Delap got hurt. What? 15 minutes into the game.
And then again with the West Ham game, right? As I remember, we still
Palmer
started with
came in.
Delap. We still started with Delap, right? We still started with João Pedro, and then Palmer on the right, and wasn't Neto on the left for that one as well.
Yeah, and then Esteban came in for Palmer.
Yeah, because he got injured. So I still think Neto will still play left wing regardless.
It's definitely an option.
He's good there. Like, I don't see why he wouldn't use it. He definitely play right.
Because he's better at right.
Yeah, but then where does Esteban play? If there are
Esteban
injuries,
doesn't need to start games.
Why?
If there's injuries, then Esteban does.
I don't see
I think
why
the way Esteban is playing right now, he's got to stay in for now.
For now, yeah, until Palmer's back, then he gets benched again.
Yes, okay, I do agree. When Palmer gets back in, like, he'll be back on the bench. But I remember that
I can't lie.
Palmer's going to be on the right and Neto's going to be on the left. Still.
I can't lie. What I'm doing when Palmer comes back, João Pedro moves to the 9, and then you play Palmer and Esteban on the same thing. Palmer middle, Esteban right.
In an ideal world, I'd play my best players. You know, my highly rated.
But you not remember the West Ham game,
start.
right? Like before we played it though, like the lineup. Like we played two strikers, and then we played Palmer and Neto. Where was Neto in that one?
Palmer didn't play West Ham.
But he was picked, right? He was
in the
picked.
lineup.
He was picked, right?
And then we had to change our lineup.
Yeah, no, I know we had to change our lineup, but where was Palmer and where was Neto?
The thing is, we had to change our lineup, but it was like for like. Like
I know.
Neto was always going to play on the left. That's Chris's point.
He was on left there that game though. I'm not saying he's always going to play there, but I can see him playing there still a bunch of times. He can cross it from the left. He can still shoot from like the left side of the goal. Like he almost got a goal against who was it? Was it Crystal Palace? And he's on the left side at that point as well, where Esteban came from the right, but he took the shot at Esteban.
Let's see what happens.
You know I'm right about that West Ham game though, that lineup.
Yeah. No, you are.
Okay.
I'm not saying that he's never going to play on the left ever again, but I think there's a lot to say that there's a reason we went for 2 left wingers, not just for backups. Like, we're not going to go for 2 left wing backups and just put Neto.
Yeah, that does sound crazy. I know.
Yeah, exactly. There has to be a plan. And Maresca, as much as we want to criticize the window, Maresca is part of that planning, right? It's not like he
Yeah, he asked for
disapproves
positions
everything.
and like
Yeah.
profiles
like-
and like you don't really ask for names. I don't think. Like imagine that's what I get. Like you don't really ask for names like that.
Mhm.
Unless you like,
So-
what do you think about this player? And they like give you
Yeah.
a thumbs up or whatever, wouldn't
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not the end all be all, but he'll give his input and he'll, for the most part, approve most of the players that come in.
Yeah.
So there has to be a plan. And again, let's see what Garnacho looks like in a Chelsea uniform or not a Manchester United uniform. Because up until now, I really can't name you a single player that has left Manchester United and has gotten worse. Usually you leave Manchester United in its current state and you actually get better. Even Fred has improved. I won't be surprised if Victor Lindelof has a much better season this season under Aston Villa than he did ever at Manchester United.
Even Rashford at Aston Villa, he did look decent. I remember. He ain't looking too hot at Barcelona, what I can see right now.
Bro, don't be surprised because Onana got to move. Onana got to move to Turkey. Don't be surprised if Onana all of a sudden...
Would you blame United though? The guy is a complete bozo right now. Like, just like, when it just comes straight
I
out...
don't blame United for that. Yeah.
Why? Like, I just don't...
There is a part you can blame them, but most of it, you know... I get what you're saying. Most of it is on Onana, obviously.
The environment's got to be really bad.
Yes.
At this case,
at the same time, like, my prime example is as I look at Kepa. Look at the season Kepa had last year against Bournemouth. It's great. It's not a coincidence that once you change environment, it actually does help a goalkeeper to an extent. It could be a different mentality, less pressure, all that stuff. All that plays a factor. Onana is at Manchester United. Manchester United, one of the biggest clubs in the world. They're under a lot of pressure to perform, a lot of pressure to, you know, break the stereotypes that are going on right now about how shit they are. They have a lot of people to prove wrong. That gets to a player. That gets to his confidence. So, like, for me, yeah, I mean, it was kind of silly. Onana had this one interview where he talks to the interviewer and says, you see, the player, how do you say, go from Inter, being one of the best goalkeepers in the world, and now I go to Manchester United, I'm the worst. This is not possible.
That is one of the funniest quotes I've ever seen.
It's so funny.
I do think...
You know what I'm talking about, right?
He said that?
Yeah.
He's very arrogant. Yeah, I've seen a few other things even recently. Like, he's quite arrogant. But
Chris, you know, he asked for a pay rise at the end of last season. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even kidding you because they have no Europe this season. Because they had no Europe this season, they all had like a 25% wage cut.
Yeah.
And Onana was like, no, not for me.
I'm not part of the problem.
That's hilarious. Bro, you're cutting the cafeteria staff. The fucking employees aren't getting paid bonuses, and you're out here fucking asking for a raise. Bro, he's a oh my god. That's so bad.
That's bad.
Such a fucking idiot.
Honestly, I'm grateful like not to be a United fan. Like,
what an actual bozo. Oh man,
very dark times for United right now, but
Yeah, no,
maybe
of
there's a
course.
light at the end of that tunnel, or just
It's just another train.
Oh,
It's just another train, bro. All right, let's move on to the next topic. That was fun. Let's see what happens with Garnacho. All right, Nkunku had you know, something to say before he left, and honestly, I respect
was that a nice
it.
comment?
Yeah, it was relatively nice. It's better than Jackson's comments, to be honest. Christopher Nkunku, it was the right time to move to Milan from Chelsea. I talked a little with Enzo Maresca. He only spoke well of Italy and Serie A. I also talked to Thiago Silva, and he was happy that I was coming to Milan. And obviously, Thiago Silva being his former teammate at Chelsea, and also Thiago Silva having spent a good amount of his career at Milan.
PSG as well.
Yeah.
They're
I mean,
together.
PSG as well. Yeah. Oh yeah. True. I forgot about that. So yeah. Listen, Nkunku, I wish you the best. I think you're gonna kill it at AC Milan. I do like AC Milan, so I will watch AC Milan from time to time as well. And listen, man, I hope you crush it. I hope you kill it. I know you've always been a good player, but it didn't work out at Chelsea, at the system, timing of the injuries and all that fun stuff that happened to you. Well, it wasn't really fun. So yeah, I hope you crush it in Serie A, and I wish you nothing but the best. So glad to see you win out as a professional and not kicking and screaming like certain other players that we have to talk about today. But yeah, what do you guys think about Nkunku's comments here? Pretty respectable.
Well, he's definitely got the right advice from the right people. So, don't really have much to add. I mean, yeah, like whatever. I mean, I'm not so glowing about him, but whatever. You know, I don't wish him too badly. So.
Wish him too badly. Okay. Chris,
I mean, listen, man. Like,
Yeah.
I know you're trying to be nice right now, but you don't want to go back and relive some of those stink fests that we watched earlier.
Like towards the end during the Club World Cup, he did start to look like he was turning it around. So it did start to become more of a thing of like, okay, maybe his attitude might be changing. Because for me, it was always the attitude, Oliver. I always felt he had this really shitty attitude, right? About playing at Chelsea, not being automatically the starter. But then he, he started to play a little better. The system looked like it was suiting him a little bit more. So I was thinking, okay, maybe he's starting to turn it around. Maybe he can fit the system. Same thing with KDH, to be honest. KDH was also undergoing that transformation. But I think at that point too, it was too little, too late. Damage was already done, and we're just better off selling him. But he was professional about it. He didn't put up a stink. Maybe his attitude on the pitch was different, but it looked like he was turning that around. So yeah, he hasn't put up a fuss. He hasn't been kicking, screaming, forcing a move, all this shit like that we've seen with other players. So yeah, I can't hate on the guy too much. And I know he's a good player. So like I know he's gonna go to AC Milan and kill it. So I don't know if Prime or Chris have any other comments to say on Nkunku's statement here.
Like you said with the comments, like yeah, they're just standard comments to me. But like I say, like I hope he does well there. Like we have a good partnership with AC Milan. We sold him FFU players or loans or whatever, like Giroud, Ruben Wright, Tomori, Tammy. No, he went to Roma. But yeah, I think he's got the technical ability to go there. He isn't a guy who relies on pace, but I don't think Serie A relies on pace either. So I think he'd do fine there. But then again, I don't know for sure. But yeah, I just hope he does well there. How much are we even selling for?
35-ish.
Something like that, yeah.
I thought they wouldn't pay that much in Serie A. Over like 20 something.
Yeah, it is. Who am I complaining about?
I mean, he's a good player. I always thought he's a good player. It's just I don't think he fit either Chelsea or the Premier League. Could be just both.
I'm just interested in how he fits Milan though, because they've got Allegri there playing 3-2-5, so there's no number 10 position there. I don't know what's going on with him.
Left wing maybe or strike, but then again, he ain't gonna play left wing, is he?
No, there's no wingers in that system. They're wing backs.
Oh.
You can only play striker in that, and then
again,
he's not a striker.
He's a second striker, so.
Yeah, they don't have a 9 though. They don't have a proper number 9. Like they're playing Leao there, and he's a winger. It's a really weird one. I'll be honest.
Yeah, again, Chris, you got cut off.
You're underwater.
One more time, Chris.
I said he can probably link up with Leao pretty well, probably.
Maybe.
We'll see. Yeah, time will tell with that one. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the Nkunku part.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Good professional, I guess, but I'll be real good riddance to it.
Fair.
Didn't rate the guy in first place. Didn't want him at Chelsea. Told people he'd flop. Good riddance. In the Serie A under Allegri, I think it'll work because he's not a 10. The guy's not a striker either, but in our front two, he'd actually work. So, AC Milan actually expect him to do well. We'll get into goal scoring positions and he'll bag goals for them. But as an all-round forward, I don't rate this guy.
But you didn't want him to play beginning?
I never wanted him at Chelsea, no.
Oh, wow.
And I knew he'd fall.
I did not know you said that before.
I knew he wouldn't do well at Chelsea, yeah. I didn't rate the guy.
I thought it was a pretty good deal for 60 minutes, and even a lot of Chelsea said that. I didn't know you said that, though.
For someone who we didn't play to his strengths to score goals, like, what else can he do? He can't really do much.
To be honest, who did
Which
we
is fine. You are
we have Potts, by the way, when we signed him?
as a player, but
His first season.
Yeah, but he was injured all the time.
But he didn't even play. He didn't really play the full season. No.
No, I know.
I know.
Well, people
No,
were
just answering
people were
Chris's
gassed
question.
about this guy. People were gassed about what was Chris's question?
No, like when did he come in? And I was saying his first season was a Podge.
Yeah, that summer. He played the preseason and then got injured, I think, in the preseason. But he didn't really play the season under Poch.
And then Poch did the whole saviour gimmick, you know.
Yeah. And the way Chelsea fans were gassing this guy when we signed him, and the fact that people were doing this whole savior thing, he's not that player. He's not like people were acting as if this guy could just do magic out of nowhere, like he's like a Hazard or what Palmer is for us. He's not that sort of. But very good goal scorer though. I don't disrespect that from him, but we don't play to those strengths anyway. So, and when I watched him this season, people were gassing up his performance in the Conference League, and he wasn't really doing anything but getting goals. And his goal tally was equal to a guy who was playing for Shamrock Rovers. So I don't care. Sorry, good riddance. Enjoy Serie A though. Enjoy AC Milan.
Damn. Cold Prime. Let's see
Already
if you have the same energy for Jackson. All right.
Why?
Let's continue
What's
on.
Jackson? What's Jackson's comments? What has he said?
We'll get there.
Thanks.
Okay.
The next person I wanted to talk about before we actually get into like more of the core items that I wanted to discuss was Chalobah. This is a player we could probably all gather around and kind of pretty much respect because he's had a good good little story in the last 2 seasons, turning it around for Chelsea to an extent, at least his favoritism with the owners, right? Let's actually talk about it. So, The Athletic reported a little article in referring to Chalobah here. Chalobah's refusal to give up demonstrates the kind of character from which any club would benefit. Unsurprisingly, he is a popular figure amongst the teammates, with several thinking his abilities in the Athletic to protect relationships have indicated that some of Chalobah's teammates expressed surprise at the time that he was being ushered out rather than remaining a part of things. The other positive about Chalobah staying around is the character he offers the group and the example he sets in the dressing room. Chelsea have also decided not to sign another center back despite Cole being absent for the long term. Sources speaking anonymously have insisted that the stance has not changed and are adamant that Chalobah will not be sold. And one last thing, the Athletic out an ego and has used what has happened previously as even more motivation to prove himself at Chelsea. He has been at the club since the age of 8 and does not want to give up on his dream of playing for them. Listen, I respect the Chalobah. I think it's admirable that you can put aside your ego and not hold hard feelings about how you were treated at Chelsea. Because although to an extent I did agree with the ownership that I did feel that you weren't as good of a center back as people here were defending you. Like I literally had Scott saying he was our best center back last season. Before during that transfer window, he would walk in and be our best center back, which I disagree with completely. I still disagree with, but he's come back. He's held his own. He's put on some solid shifts. He's not made too many mistakes, which is one of the things I was, holding over him is how many mistakes he was making, and it was being brushed under the rug because Thiago Silva would come there and sweep it up. He's now become a lot less dependent on that partnership. He still does make a few little silly mistakes here and there, but he's overall been a lot more solid. He's scoring goals now as well. He's being a leader, which he's spoken about a few times now in interviews about, now stepping up as a leader and showing to the younger players coming in what it takes to be at Chelsea, which I appreciate that. That's the mentality you need to have. I respect it, and especially with our situation right now with center backs, time will tell in the future. I am not going to be pressed to sell the player, but if he does go, I also won't be upset either. I mean, as long as it's mutual, right? As long as he wants to go, unlike the first time where we kind of forced him out, and I did feel that was a little nasty to do to him. But the game's the game in a sense. This is the great Ahmed, the Bridge Nation would say. But yeah, I mean, Chris, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on Chalaba and everything he's gone through? And
like I said, I've always liked his attitude as a player. I did feel bad for him because we was really like pushing the guy out, and I felt like there's no need because I felt like he could have been a good rotation to the squad. And ever since he came in, like, because we needed him, because was it Fofana and another defender getting injured? We was running low, right? That's why he came back. And yeah, so
Fofana got injured and we loaned out to Sarcasm. That's what it was.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, the Sarcasm went. And I thought he came in done pretty well, consistent. He didn't do many mistakes here and there. Like, I think he did one against City and like maybe another game. But yeah, he's like that consistent centre back. I feel like you need. He's a bit aggressive when you need him to be. He can fill into the right side as well, to the right back. And yeah, I wouldn't sell him because I don't feel like there's no need to sell him right now still, because I feel like he could definitely start multiple games this season for us. Like, we don't really have many centre backs right now. We literally have Cole out. Yeah, we have like Action Pong, who's very young and he needs time, and we got Tosin, and you got him and Fofana. We know we can't rely on him,
shit
right?
either.
Like he could get injured against him. You know, yeah, I know. I exactly. This is the guy I definitely we can afford to sell this season. If we sell him, stupid, but yeah. I think he's definitely gonna be like one of the main centre backs this season, probably for us. Probably, yeah.
Prime, what are your thoughts? Is Prime talking?
I don't hear him, but
Uh-oh. StreamYard's gone, Prime.
StreamYard took him away as well. No, still no.
Says your mic is muted.
It might be.
Oh,
You took him away.
we lost him. We lost him. All right. Well, Oliver, what do you think about Chalaba?
I think he started the season very well. And for right now, I think him and Tosin have to be the pairing, unless something happens with an injury situation to either of them. It's been really good. I mean, Chalaba, when he came back to be honest, you know, as time went on, and especially in that Club World Cup, and then on to now, you know, there's been a consistency there which we definitely need. And listen, whatever your opinions are on selling him, whether you think he's good enough or not, at the end of the day, I'm not entertaining it at the moment unless you can guarantee me superior quality with fit available options, i.e. Colwell not having an ACL injury, he would be a backup centre-back. If you can guarantee me better quality than him, then cool, sell him. But, you know, very respectfully, you know, he's been a consummate professional. Yeah. I can't fault his approach to any of this.
100%.
Must have been difficult. So, you know, nothing but praise really, even to keep it up, because, like I said, that partnership with Tosin, that's going to be our bedrock for a lot of the season, hopefully.
Yeah. Prime, any thoughts on Chalaba before we move on to the next topic?
It's all cute what you guys said. He's getting sold next summer, so yeah. This guy is an average centre back. The fact that he's still here is not because of him actually performing to a high level. It's due to the fact of our centre backs, or at least our better centre backs. Fofana can't be trusted to stay fit. Cole's out injured. Badiashile, though he may have ability, just hasn't been able to find it since his big injury under Potter. Like, that's why the guy is still here. Like, but really, he's not a top level centre back. Is he good enough to be on a squad competing and winning major trophies? I guess sure, but I don't even think he's better than Tosin. And people say Tosin long term isn't good enough either. So yeah, this Chalaba love fest. I'm not even saying for you guys, by the way, but this Chalaba love fest this fan base has If Chalobah was on the market right now, no one would want to buy him. Our fan base would not want to buy him at our club.
Oh, okay, that's it. Okay. 'Cause I was just saying,
No,
like, there was clubs interested.
Oh, no, but like no big club is interested in buying him.
Yeah, sure they were. I mean, okay, maybe not buying, but yeah.
Big, but he's talking about a big league club.
Big club.
Last season he was. Oh, hold up.
I know.
Big up, Don Hussam. Appreciate the raid. Ladies and gents, I'm aware that there's been some issues going on with YouTube right now or StreamYard, and the stream is a little laggy or the audio is a little fucked up. I'm very sorry about that. If you're not having issues, then kudos to you, and I hope you smash the like and subscribe. But yeah, big up with something for the raid. Not really sure what's going on with StreamYard, so hopefully it's not.
Like when Tuchel was at Bayern, I know he was linked to Bayern. But
It was a
Bayern never
loan,
put him
though.
in the
And then Forrest wanted him on a permanent or maybe a loan, but he didn't want the Forrest.
Forest aren't a big club, and Bayern.
Yeah, I know.
So, like, I still this fan
No,
base.
Bayern wanted a loan. We just didn't want a loan.
Okay, well, fine, but
Yeah.
this fan base acts as if was that the January they got Dyer.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Hang on. I'm trying to think actually.
But regardless, this fan base acts as if I saw someone tweet.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Prime. It was in January.
So summer 23 is when they wanted Chalobah, and then Dyer was in January 24.
Account tweet, and I saved it on my Twitter, so I can go find it. Talking about Chalobah's having the same sort of form that Rudiger had at Chelsea. Like, guys, with all due respect, right?
Yeah, that's where it goes.
That's a way big.
Rudiger and Christensen were both centre backs at Chelsea, where before Tuchel, like Rudiger, Christensen, talent. We all knew he was a talented centre back with potential to be world class, but the guy was injury prone and physically he looked like a bit of a wimp. I'll put it nicely. And Rudiger, talented but just a bozo. And I guess you could also say injury prone.
Was he?
But under Tuchel, they really hit their stride of world-class potential. Long-term at Chelsea, like for now, with the situation that we're in, fine. But long-term at Chelsea, this guy cannot be here starting if we actually want to go and win major trophies.
Listen, I don't disagree with that, but I think it is a little harsh to say you can't see world-class potential with Chalobah because I don't think anyone was saying they could see world-class potential with Christensen and Rudiger.
But Brian was making a potential argument. Brian just said Chalobah is world class.
It's just that he had the big bozo gene and a bit injury prone. But there was something there. With Chalobah, no one can sit here and lie to me that you see world-class potential. No one's ever spoken about that, but biased Chelsea fans.
I know, but I never said that about Christensen.
Christensen definitely. Christensen had it. He was. Christensen was starting for the league champions at 18 years old.
Yeah. Christensen had it, and I'm someone who was a big Christensen hater because of how much of a wimp he was. But I never denied he had the ability there. Like for me, like I'm someone who, if you have the ability, it's a thing of when will you become world class, not if you will. With Chalobah, it's an if. It's not like there's not. I think is he a consistent one? Sure. Is he good? Is he a good mid-table centre back? Sure. Yeah. But even at a team like Palace, who are better than mid-table, he was their worst centre back. When he was starting in the first half of last season, he wasn't good for them. He actually wasn't.
But based on Twitter, the only positives I saw from Palace fans was the goal scoring.
Yes,
I didn't see any notable praise for his defending at Palace.
Everything I'm saying, right? I just need to going to because this is not the time for that. I'm being objective and fair. For now, fine. And could he end up proving me wrong? I mean, I guess. Is it possible? Maybe. Like, anything is possible. But, there's no innate ability there that would make me say he can prove me wrong. There's
Yeah, I
nothing
think
that shows me.
I think really the only statement that I find hard to agree with is that, like, you know, with Rudiger and Christensen, like, even Rudiger, like, I wasn't opposed to selling him at the time he was rumored to leave Chelsea because I didn't see a world-class player in there.
No,
And,
Marshall.
you know, Tuchel.
I agree with you too. At the time before Tuchel, I wanted to get rid of all of our center backs. I agree with you. However, Christensen and Rudiger did have the ability there, not consistently, but there was the ability. With Chalobah, no one can tell me there's any sort of ability there. Like,
there
again,
games where
I'll
Chalobah
give examples,
has been,
right?
Top.
Yes,
you know?
but there's also been games where he's stunk, and it's been masked by other people bailing him
And
out.
so is
Like,
Christensen.
I'll go.
Face.
Yes, I agree, but they also had like the innate ability there. Like, I'll go Enzo. Barring before, like, last season, I was on Enzo's neck heavily, but I've never disrespected his talent. Reece James, before last season, I was on his neck because of injuries, but I've never disrespected the talent. If you're a talented player, I'll say that. With Chalobah, no one can tell me the talent is there. No one would make a bet with me right now, and I'm not a betting guy, but no one would make a bet with me that Chalobah will end this season being a world-class center back, or or showing that he can be a world-class center back. No one's gonna tell me this. The consistent form he showed the back end of the season, and I will say he has been consistent for us. No one can tell me it's world-class form either.
No, but
Christensen and Rudiger under Tuchel, from when Tuchel joined until we won the Champions League, they showed consistent world-class form. Chalobah has not even shown that.
I do think there are games last season where you can handpick and be like, this is, if Chalobah can play like this every game, he can be a world-class center back.
Yeah, but I can also name you games Chalobah's played where...
I know, but that's not the argument. Obviously, I can name you games Rudiger and Christensen have. I just say, like, you could make the argument that there are games where you've seen, like, Chalobah can be top level defender.
Until we won the Champions League. So I'll only go with that to make it a fair sample size.
Sure.
Right? What can you name games Christensen and Rudiger had from when Tuchel joined until we won the Champions League where they looked like, no, they're not it. You can't name it.
I think there was probably one that Christensen had, but I can't, like, off the top of my head, I know there's been games where Christensen did not look that great. Rudiger, maybe not. Rudiger was pretty consistent.
Yeah, we loved him, man.
Yeah, he was really, really consistent.
So, like,
and Christensen, I think, had 1 or 2 games where I was like,
and hey, if I end up being wrong by the end of the season, I'll admit it.
Yeah.
I don't mind if I'm wrong. I was wrong about Enzo. I didn't think he could play in this league. I was wrong about Enzo and Caicedo. I didn't think they'd work as a pivot in this league.
Yeah.
So if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. You guys will hold me to account, obviously. So I'll say I'm wrong, but I really don't think I will be. And Chalobah will be so long as, like, we fix the centre back issue, which is either for Fofana stays fit or he's just gone. Chalobah will go. Like, even Achimpong, I think Achimpong can get through whatever. Yeah. The potential is there. I personally think right now he's better than Chalobah, but people want to disagree with me right now, fine. But by the end of the season, he can definitely end it being better than Chalobah. And if that happens, then there's no reason why Chalobah can't then leave. Because that position will be already filled up. And Chalobah can't even play in the middle of a three.
Wouldn't it be between like Tosin and Chalobah though? Since they play like in the same position.
Tosin and Chalobah don't play the same position. Tosin plays in the middle for us. Chalobah can't do that.
I guess, yeah. Actually, yeah, you're right.
That's why against Palace, it was actually that played in the middle.
Chris, we don't have to.
I was mistaken. Achimpong and Chalobah.
Let's move on to the next topic because this does relate to the squad building, right? So let's actually. I think the first thing I want to talk about. I think this is the first thing I want to talk about is actually an opinion here. There's optimism Chelsea are in a better position to challenge for the title for longer and end up closer to the top this season. Chelsea feel their squad is better than the one that finished 4th last season. I agree. But some of you might disagree. And I would like to hear some of you that disagree and why.
Do you mean like the players we brung out and brung in, right? That's like... Because I felt like our defense got weaker because Cole was injured, but that's not down to the club, like, selling any defenders or whatever, but yeah, we definitely strengthened the attack. Like, we brung in Delap, I think it's probably a better upgrade than Jackson Navy for sure, and João Pedro's definitely an upgrade for sure, and we did get 2 left wingers in, So we reinforced there.
I should also mention the way I'm thinking
think,
about this right now is based off of what was planned, right? Like I'm not taking into consideration injuries. Like I'm taking into consideration, like on paper, the squad that they wanted when fully fit is better than the one last season. And I do agree that on paper, logically, I think that this squad, when it's fully fit, when all the players are available, will compete for the league and actually compete for a lot longer than last season's squad.
Oh yeah, that's not debatable. But it's not enough to like. We've closed the gap as opposed to where we were last season. But
Sure.
I don't think it's enough to capitalize on Liverpool slipping up. But even forget the Cole injury, right? Because going into this window, we needed a centre back. We brought in Hacho, who can play that left centre back role. He can play left back to cover Kukurea.
Sure.
So fine. We really needed a goalkeeper. Fine, we didn't get it because Penders is the future, whatever.
Yeah.
And we still have the third best defense in the league. So that's even with Sanchez and Chalobah on players who, not even just Chelsea, but a lot of rivals don't rate our defense. But yeah, it's still the third best in the league. We have better midfield depth than we did last season. And we also have better winger depth than we did last season. Because we had Madueke and Sancho last year, and Mudryk, who got drug banned by like November. This year, we've got a better Neto. We've got Esteval, Palmer, if you want to include as a winger. We've got Gittins, who I think will actually be a good sign for us. And like Garnacho, who I don't rate, but at least we have the quantity in wingers now, and also the quality, barring Garnacho. So, and even the striker thing is like, unfortunately, Delap's injured, but if he was fit, we would have two very good strikers. And even you, profile-wise, I don't have a problem with. So the only problem is that like that jump of if Liverpool slip, can we capitalize? I don't know. But I will say this, I don't think people speak on it anywhere near enough. But before that Champions League draw, people talking about bringing Real Madrid, PSG, Barca. These guys want to play the best. These guys don't like when they're disrespected. You saw before the Club World Cup about Cole was saying that we're better than Real Madrid and Inter.
And for the boys, we get to prove ourselves. You know, everyone's been talking a lot of shit about us this season.
Yeah. So for me, it's like, why have some concerns in certain areas? Yes, we all do. Fine, but as of right now, these players, Maresca, the leadership group, these guys haven't given us a reason not to actually get behind them in terms. So regardless of what people have the opinion of, say, squad or our ownership or our two scouts or Vince Stanley and Stewart and stuff, that's fine. Have those questions on them. But in terms of the squad and the mentality, I don't think it's fair to be disrespecting them. So that's my kind of opinion on that. So even though it's not where we want it to be, it doesn't mean they can't still try and achieve things. I think we can win the Champions League this year, regardless of the question marks I have on like a goalkeeper or Chalobah playing and stuff. I think we can still win the Champions League, particularly if we're faced against the big sides. These guys will step up against the big sides. So, hey, that's my opinion.
I just said some things. And yeah, like I 100% agree with what Prime just said as well.
Oliver, what do you think? Do you have any disagreements, or what's your?
I have an addition to make. Not many people are mentioning this, and fair enough, but we have a number 10 back up now.
Oh, yeah,
Buonanotte. I know it's a loan, but you know how many times Palmer needed to be hooked last season, and we couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I don't think Buonanotte is like. I think the Buonanotte signing, I'll be wrong. I think it's just so Bluco could get in Cisco. Because Bluco wanted in Cisco, and that deal failed. And then we ended up signing Buonanotte on loan, and then we got in Cisco. I think the deal is just to appease Brighton, so Bluco can get in Cisco. I think our 10 backup is João Pedro, which is why you coming back makes sense. Because the Lap, even though he's injured, he's still in the Champions League squad. and his injury, most of it is going to be through the international break. We have 2 weeks off now, and then 2 weeks off in October. That's the international break. Really, that's most of his injury.
So Prime, are you viewing Buonanotte as more of a wide player?
Buonanotte is not on our Champions League squad. I think Buonanotte is a good player, by the way. So in the Prime, sure he'll play, or in the Champions League, he's not going to be there really. That because we have better players.
I'll talk more on Facundo Buonanotte on the Buonanotte section, but I do think part of the reason is what Prime said.
Yeah.
I also think the other part, just to make this quick for myself, is also that they do rate the player. But yeah, part of the reason was as a backup. But also Esteval plays a backup too. We have multiple options as a backup 10.
We have a very good squad, bro. Like we played 3 games this season. What, 2 of them without Reece James, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, 2 of them without Cole Palmer.
2 of them without Cole Palmer, yeah.
1 of them,
3 of them without Colwell,
and no one's crying. We haven't complained about, why is Reece not playing? No Palmer. We still looked. Yes, we haven't looked brilliant, but we've still looked good enough.
Enzo hasn't looked brilliant either, and we've still been getting results.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember last season he was a big catalyst for us.
And I think Enzo Fernandez, by the way, I think he's the sort of player that starts slow.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
His builds,
he's still getting GNA regardless of the bad performances, which is always
his
good.
build. He's the sort of player that kind of has
he's the momentum.
I think he looks kind of like a Reece, where it's quite easy to build up the baby fat, the puppy fat. I think Enzo needs a month or 2 of just playing, and he'll start flying. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Let's continue on with this topic because there's more to this than just this. But I think that was a good little discussion just to see where we're at. Put a feeler out there for where we think we are with the squad. But here's a few things that I wanted to add, and this is going towards the whole UEFA thing, which challenged us throughout the window, but we kind of surpassed it. So Chelsea's plan A was to sign Harder. Pause. Plan B was Mark Guiu, and then Plan C was sticking with Jackson. Harder turned down Chelsea for Leipzig, where he had a bigger squad role on offer. I think they were also negotiating with him for a lot longer than we were. We just came in for him very last minute. I know I mentioned it in the last stream where we were linked to him as of February. We were watching him and scouting him, but we didn't pull the trigger until we really needed to. It was an emergency kind of thing. After that whole fiasco, we actually ended up being linked to Santi Jimenez by Martio. Nothing ever really came of this, but it was a link. It was, journalists exploiting the fact that Chelsea fans are panicking and looking for anything. All right, so bear with me as I read this gigantic paragraph by Sky Cafe. So, comply with terms of a settlement agreement for breaking financial rules. Chelsea were fined 31 million euros in July for breaking UEFA's financial earnings and squad cost ratio rules. As part of a settlement agreement, Chelsea could only register new signings for their Champions League squad if their transfer fees were offset by selling players who were in their Conference League squad last season. The departures of players such as Madueke, Dewsbury Hall, Nkunku, and Jackson means Chelsea have been able to include, I'm not talking to you Google, I'm talking about Nkunku. Chelsea have been able to include new signings, Delap, Pedro, Garnacho, Gittins, Hatta, made a record £314 million from selling 23 players this summer. They spent £296 million on new players to end the summer transfer window with a profit of £18 million. That's impressive. UEFA say they checked Chelsea's Champions League squad to make sure it complied with their requirements. The squad list submitted fulfilled the criteria of settlement agreement, and it was therefore already reviewed and approved before publication of UEFA's website. Chelsea are playing Bayern Munich, Benfica, Ajax, Karabakh, Barcelona, Atalanta, Paphos, and Napoli in the league phase of the Champions League. September, 10 days away, guys. Exciting times. So here, this is from earlier in the window, but Chelsea's total transfer fees received in this summer window, £263.2 million, which is fantastic to see. We broke the transfer record. Gilchrist has signed a 4-year deal at West Brom. We'll talk about Gilchrist briefly. And Nkunku as well. A lot of deals that happened that helped us get there. So yeah, we already read this. Sky Kev has reported. This is the you can pause the video, read the rules for what needed to qualify for Chelsea to comply with the deal. It's right here. And yeah, we were able to comply. So we continue on. The imminent transfer to Tariq George and to Fulham and Nicholas Jackson's loan move to Bayern means that Chelsea have now banked upwards of £300 million. Obviously, George didn't happen. We'll talk about that briefly. And yeah, so a lot. And real quickly to also end it is that PYS pretty much summarizing what happened in the window, why kind of things went, how they went. And I really find it funny, guys. And I said this about PYS a while ago. The guy's just engaged in farming, and now he's a lot more calm about the transfer window. Now all of a sudden he understands all the moves a lot more, and it doesn't make as much nonsense as it did before. Ironic. Anyways, so we move. Chelsea looked at opportunity today, but as of hours ago, word was window was over and focus was on sales to balance out the UEFA restrictions. Maresca wanted someone to come in up front that he worked with, so Jackson was the best option to come back, and then after that, Guiu. Fermin Lopez was seen as an opportunity, but even though his agents pushed, he wasn't convinced to leave the club and the club are very happy with the ability of Buonanotte. I don't have any info on why Simmons didn't happen other than Chelsea thought they had a deal earlier in the window verbally. On the outside, it seemed a no-brainer. Center back could have happened with the first team outgoing, but wasn't the case. Chelsea have also made promises to Acheampong of his game time and the future here after 8 to 10 clubs inquired this window about Acheampong. That's actually a lot. So yeah, Acheampong had everything in his right and all the offers that he could have possibly needed to leave Chelsea, but he chose not to, and that's probably because he was promised more game time this season. So listen, that's what I said from the beginning about the center back situation. Listen, I think give Acheampong minutes. Let's see how he plays. If you really believe in his talent, you really think this player is as good as you say he is, then give him the chance to really prove himself rather than just try to fix everything by buying in the window. You just got to work with what you got. And Maresca has proven last season that he can work with what he has and still get results. So losing a center back, although as important as Colwell, I don't think is the end of the world. I think Maresca is fully competent enough to find solutions around that. That is my argument. I know not everyone agrees, but Acheampong seems to be one of those in-house potential solutions if he's developed properly. We'll see, right? But he was promised game time, which is why they wanted to keep him, and they didn't want to bring in another center back. It makes sense. Buonanotte and the Fermin Lopez thing. Lopez seems like more of an opportunity signing. We'll read about it in a little bit. And Buonanotte, I think also for a loan, not that big of a loss. I think people are just upset because it's not Xabi Simons. Chris is definitely one of those. And then with the whole Jackson Guiu thing, it makes sense. Work with someone you got. You were already working in-house rather than buy again. Like, who are you going to... The striker market was so poor. Benjamin Sesko went for £80 million to fucking Manchester United. This is not the right environment to be buying a freaking... a striker. And even if they did buy a striker, you guys in the chat or maybe you guys in Twitter would not have liked him anyways. So I think the UEFA restrictions, considering that, I think it does lend me to forgive the directors a lot. I also don't mind too many of the moves because it seems like there's a plan behind all of it. Listen, the biggest one for me was the goalkeeper thing. If these guys prove me wrong and in January end up getting Magnan on a free, like that happens behind closed doors, he agreed to join on a free, yada yada, like the Trent thing, then maybe that's something we can work with. Penders also is another factor that if he does come in and he keeps consistent as he has been, right? Like if he keeps in this form, then he could prove us all wrong. And it was like, oh, this guy was worth the wait. I can see why you didn't want to get another goalkeeper to block this guy's path because this guy's the truth. Who knows? We'll see. Go ahead, Prime.
I disagree. We're not going to get Magnan and getting him on a. Yeah, I mean, it'd be.
I'm not saying it's happening. I'm just saying they could prove me wrong if that is the plan.
I know. I don't think that would be the plan because it wouldn't make sense. Because signing Magnan, even on a free, that means he'd be first choice. And if the plan is Penders in a year, then it doesn't make sense to have Magnan who would be stopping that path. So again, I don't like that Sanchez is going to be it, but If that's their plan, then I'm cool with them sticking with it and not just changing it because of, whatever. If that's their plan, stick with it, fine. The Gui Jackson thing, like, it's just unfortunate because of the Lap getting injured. But, they, instead of going into the market and splashing the big money, potentially, on a third choice striker that's not really going to play, they made the right call. Even though it looked messy, it was messy, I'm not going to say it was messy, but they still made the right call. The Achimpong thing, this is why Chalobah, as much as I want him gone, that's why him leaving, or not leaving, makes sense. Because with Colwell out injured, even though he's in our Champions League squad for the league phase, he's still out. And even though we don't necessarily know how long he might be out for, Achimpong now looks like to be the backup centre back in the middle of our back three, which then means with Fofana not being, we don't know what he will be in terms of injuries. That means Chalobah has to stay to play as a right-sided centre back. Particularly if with the young Achimpong, we need an experienced guy playing next to him in the defense, which then makes sense Chalobah being here to do it. Because again, we just can't trust Fofana. We don't know what he will be in terms of injury, So all of that makes sense. And also Fermin Lopez, we were linked with him last summer as well. So it's not like it was faint links, yes, but we were linked with him. They've been looking at him for like a year.
I didn't know that.
And also the Fermin Lopez thing, I saw reports that he doesn't perfectly fit in terms of our system, but it's a great opportunity if we can, it's just said here, seen as an opportunity. And they're gonna go. I think they're also gonna try and go back in for him. If we can get a talent of someone of that talent, they will try and do that. Especially since he's agreed to come to us. He wants to join, or his agency or whatever wants to join. So it's just agreeing a thing with Barca. So if the opportunity is actually there, we will go. So yeah, all of that said, makes sense. Again, I don't like everything the way it's happened, but there's one thing me not liking it, and there's two understanding it. If this is actually their plan, cool. Let's see how the plan unfolds. That's why I said
Thank you, Brian.
when
That's
the window ended, it is what it is now. I can say, but at least I understand, and let's see just how it pans out. I said when Poch was sacked, your next manager has to work. Maresca's working. So let's now just see. Let's see how certain things will work. And certain things, I get it. It makes sense while they're doing it. So even though I would have liked certain things to work a better way and quicker, hey, cool, is what it is. I wanted Osimhen. The two strikers we've signed, they work. It makes sense perfectly why we've signed them. So the only thing I don't like is the Garnacho. I think that's why people not getting Simmons and then signing Garnacho. That's why people crashed out so much. And then signing Buonanotte. That's why there's a major crash out. Opinion. If we didn't get Garnacho, I don't think people would be crashing out as much with not signing Simmons. I'll be so real. Well, because it's no Simmons and then it's Garnacho, it makes it look like Simmons was just a smokescreen to get Garnacho, which is annoying to me.
I do feel like it's really immature though, because I think as much as you don't like the perception of Garnacho, I feel like people are being unfair, especially Chris. I think people are being really unfair to Garnacho because they're inflating his football ability with what his antics outside of the footballing. Because I do think there is a very consistent trend of players leaving Manchester United and actually improving. And I do think until I see how he fits into the system, until I see him play under Maresca for a few games, 10 games, right? Then I won't rule out that Garnacho could actually potentially work for Chelsea.
Yeah, but the trend of players you're mentioning are also better players than Garnacho. There are also players who showed in multiple spells at United that there actually is something in them. They actually are good players, or they have.
We haven't seen Garnacho outside of Manchester United to really.
I said at United. They've shown at United in spells that you guys actually are good in certain aspects, and you could.
Garnacho has two. Let's not discredit him. He has a little
patch under Ten Hag. He's shown it once.
Yeah, but that patch under Ten Hag was literally the only opportunity he had because under Ruben Amorim, he didn't really get the chance to play.
He played under
still
Amarim.
played a
Did
bit.
lot under Amarim.
A bit, not too
Bro,
much though.
Marshall, he went 20 games without scoring or getting an assist for Man United last season.
His shooting ability is not great. He's good at
Yeah,
movement.
but
His movement's
Ruben,
unreal. But
unfortunately, like as much as I want to like agree with you and be like, yeah, that makes sense. The caveat is Ruben Amorim. Like
yes,
last
but
game,
why-
or what, 2 games ago was it? The second game of the Premier League season, Prime.
I
The
just,
best chance
like-
created was their goalkeeper by Indir.
I just like,
Really?
yeah,
Pathetic.
not their last game against Fulham, I think.
no, because they dominated the last game. Yeah.
It's
Yeah. that
I'll
one.
say this about Garnacho. The positive of him is that, like, you know how certain players, certain attackers, they'll hide in games. You won't notice
Sure.
them play. At least with Garnacho, he clearly doesn't hide in games. Because of the like ego he has, and I don't mean ego per se. I don't think ego is a negative for footballers to have. You should have the ability. You should have the ego or the mindset of you're one of the best. So I don't think that's a bad thing to have. But because of the
I
ego
get
he
that.
has of he is one of the best players, he's always constantly going to want to have the ball and constantly want to try and force things and make things happen. That is a good trait for an attacker to have. However, because of his ability that he showcased so far, his performances he showcased so far, it's like it means every time he hands the ball and he tries to do something, more often than not, it's failed. So it looks now even worse as well. So, like, I don't know. I really don't want him at Chelsea. I really don't. And I know we're going to end up selling him in a year or two, fine. But I just think there's so many other players you could have got money for by doing that. It doesn't have to be Garnacho, because we bought him for 40 and gave Man United a 10% sell-on clause. That's a bad deal. Because what money are you
Yeah,
going to
I didn't
get
like
for
the
him
deal too much.
to make it worth it? I thought it'd be
Could've been
25,
worse, but
30,
yeah.
because that's fine for me. But 40 mil and 10%, how much are we going to get for Garnacho that makes that deal worth it? We're not going to get the money we're not going to get like an 80 or a 90 for him. No way.
No.
So
Yeah.
that's why it's so much bad business. But
It all depends though. If he
Go ahead,
does
Chris.
somewhat well at Chelsea, like even as like a squad player, and he shows something, I doubt I see. I don't think I will see it. But if he shows something, maybe you can get like, I don't know, 40, 50 million for him.
that's not worth it.
But then again, it's still not a great deal because
Well,
that
let
10%.
Chris, Chris.
No, I was just like saying, like it's still not a great deal because like you got that 10%, and that's the one thing I didn't really like about that. I don't know how they managed to put that 10% on. I thought 40 million was like kind of fair in a sense for them. Like I don't think they would get more than that if they looked elsewhere, like an Italian club or even another Premier League club. I don't see another top Premier League club even taking in Garnacho. But yeah, like if he shows something at Chelsea, if Enzo Maresca just gets something out of him, because I think Enzo Maresca is a good manager and he does get things out of players. I think he's made Neto better. In a sense, he's done things with Palmer as well. Like Palmer became a better creator, I think, under Maresca. What's his name? Even Chalobah, I think he's looked decent. Colwell, he's improved massively, I think, under Maresca. There's like players out there. Even Cucurella, he's looked unreal under Maresca. But then again, I thought Cucurella was still good before Maresca anyway. But so maybe you can get something out of Garnacho. I don't know, but I do see him getting sold because we signed Quenda too, right? And Paez,
Yes.
like, does Paez play left or right?
He can play on the wing, but he's mostly a 10.
Yeah,
Is he?
Quenda
Oh,
can play
okay.
right. and left.
Quenda's on the wing there.
Yes, that's another
Yeah.
reason why it's a bad deal, because we have
Yeah.
Quenda, and Quenda's so good. Like, he's disgustingly good.
Really?
And by the end of the summer, by the end of the season, he would have played like about 100 games for Sporting. Even though he's young, bro, he's an established player, bro.
I do
So-
want to see how it translates to the Premier
I haven't
League.
seen
another
anything
reason
from him,
why
I'll be
it's
honest.
bad. But again, we'll see. And also for people in the chat, JC and Tyrell, who are hating in the chat and don't like me speaking, like the stream and then leave. So it's Marshall's channel,
Alright.
so like the stream obviously, but leave if you don't like what I'm saying. Thank you.
Or mute. Either or. Everything helps. But yeah, we'll see what the squad, like, the main thing that I agree with Prime, And I'll elaborate a little bit, but like the main thing I agree is like they have a plan. It's clear because before the problem I had with the ownership and the directors was it seemed like there was no plan, and it made it just like unhinged for the most part, right? But now there actually does seem like there's a plan, and now there seems to be like a emphasis on building a squad that is cohesive and fits a certain system. I like that. I don't care if it's like prime R9 99 rated card. Like I don't give a shit about names. I want certain positions to be filled. You find a talent and then prove us wrong. Let's see the plan play out, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here as a fan and be micromanaging. I hate when I get that happens to me at my job, right? No one likes that shit, and you can't work that way. A good manager or a good owner hires someone, sees the results, and then once the results are out, you make a determination whether or not this is bearing fruit and this bears continuing on the project. This is how business works. This is how ownership works. It's not immediate results, not immediate impact. So with the whole window and all this and that, and everyone saying, oh, directors, all this and that, how about shut up? Let's see how the plan plays out. And if the plan fails, crash it in the directors. For fuck's sake, if the plan fails, have another fucking what the hell did you guys have in the middle of the fucking season?
They had an EDL protest.
Protest, thank you. Have another protest if you want. Like, if the plan fails, have another protest if you want. But because the plan didn't fail last season, every single one of you that went to the protest for whatever reason, you look like fucking idiots now. I don't want to look like an idiot, even though I claim myself an idiot from time to time.
Because they
protested,
messages.
and literally the next day, our owners basically laughed in their face and they signed another 16-year-old. Like, because you protested for nothing. You had no reason to protest. There's no actual reasons said at that protest. So, like, again, I would have thought, for me, after winning this Club World Cup and all the praise and adoration we got from FIFA and all of that, I would have thought there would have been a little bit of a shift in the plan. We would have kind of gone for the kill and get certain pieces in the team for us to actually cross the line, to actually win this season.
Mm-hmm.
But they haven't done that. They're still sticking with the plan, and they're learning from the mistakes they made early under this ownership. When we bought these big established stars for big money, but with no real anything in mind, like Sterling and Kunku, Koulibaly, Fofana, who are meant to be the big centerpieces, they bought a spine essentially, and none of them have worked out.
And to build off of that too, like, I want to point this out because CP, if you're listening, I wanted to say this to you at the time, but I never got to. I understand that, you know, CP is a little different than me. CP will want to blame the owners for previous mistakes, but I get upset about owners' previous mistakes if they don't rectify it and they do it over and over again. One thing that these directors have done is learn from their previous mistakes, and it looks like they have improved on it and they have rectified the mistakes. It's one thing to be like Ineos and, you know, make a mistake and just be stubborn and stick with it like they did with Ten Hag for as long as they did last season. They knew that Ten Hag wasn't the manager, but they stuck with him because he won an FA Cup. They knew that they should have done other things like, I don't know, maybe sell Bruno, not offer him a contract, but they stuck with him and they're being stubborn about it. They don't want to cut their losses on Jadon Sancho. You know, certain things that, you know, they don't want to buy a midfielder. There's certain things that owners don't seem to get past their head because of ego and stubbornness, and they haven't learned from that. Our owners and directors have learned from their mistakes, and I can forgive previous mistakes if you at least rectify it and fix it. Like, that shows me you actually care to improve on that. But even on that, just to go on this as well, I do believe that what Garnacho has in his locker, which is being direct, being willing to attack, being willing to shoot, you know, being willing to take a man on and stuff. If you can fix that, if you can do that more consistently, if you can find out the time to do it and not to do it and be a part of the system, maybe have a player like a Cucurella that can overlap and support you in that situation like Jadon Sancho needed to look better. Maybe you could potentially see a better Garnacho that's more consistent, that won't be so, I'm going to take the team on my back because no one's here to help me out. This is like, Man United last season was filled with a bunch of individuals. It was not a team. And Garnacho as an individual is not good. But maybe as part of a team, a Maresca team, we could have different discussions. I will not sit here and defend him if he plays like shit, but I won't sit here and slander him when I don't think he's been shit either.
We haven't seen him play. Yeah,
exactly.
That's I don't rate him. I really don't. But like we need to like see like 5-10 games or even 20
exactly
to see what Maresca can bring out of him. Like
I will say this,
and that's me elaborating, TR, just so you know where I stand on it.
Even like all his like again, fine. If we want to be fair, all the antics and all the stuff like him off the pitch and whatever.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's
when
the reason I didn't want
like the way we look at and sign players, it's more than just like their ability and their potential. We look into like who they are, their personality. Look at Esteval. A big reason why he is going to like be a superstar is not just his ability. Look at how he is as a person, his family structure. The same as like a João Pedro, Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez, Palmer. With Garnacho, all these like antics and stuff about him, they've clearly done their due diligence. And if they either don't think it's a problem or they seem to think it might be ironed out by being in our team.
Yeah.
Which I personally disagree. I still think it's a bad signing. However, I also know he'll be gone in a year or two. So I don't think we'll get the money we personally want because we bought him for 40 and we have a 10% sell-on clause from Man United. But like it's either he actually performs well enough to be consistent in our team and we end up keeping him and he's amazing, or he doesn't do enough to stay, which I think is going to happen, and we end up selling him probably on a loss on the books, but he'll be gone in a year or two. It's one of those two. So either way, either I don't want him here, I'm going to end up winning.
Yeah.
Because Chelsea are not like the sort of club like a United or an Arsenal where the player will be put bad and he'll end up being here for a few years. Like I was on Bud Brothers earlier this week, and obviously Sheik and Spoopy, they're gassed about selling Garnacho, and they think it's a revenge for Mason Mount. But I told them, I know he's going to be gone in a year or two, but you'll still have Mount and Bruno and all these guys. So who's winning in the long term? I know my ownership. If you're not good, you're gone. Mudryk was here, 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even without the ban, Mudryk would still have been sold. Madueke was here 2 years, or 2 full seasons, 2.5 seasons. Jackson was here 2 years, he's gone. And Cuckoo here, gone. Like, if you don't make it, we'll get
Koulibaly's gone after a year.
I'm talking under this new structure, not the
right, yeah.
I'm not going to include even that, because that was a mess. I'm talking about since they've established the structure. It's shown that if you don't perform quickly, you will be shipped out. So Garnacho fix up and perform, or ultimately you're going to be gone. So I don't like that he's here. And also, there's enough quality where you're not starting. So unless you're better than Gittins, or even now actually Neto, is our starting left winger, whatever. So like, I don't like that he's here, and I'm gonna slander him when he performs poorly. But I'm just counting down the days where he's shipped out. And if he goes to Arsenal, hey boy, you what? Hey. I don't think he's going to Arsenal, by the way. But if he shipped there, oh my god. Hey.
That'd be pretty funny. All right, let's move on to the next topic I have for you guys, which is the remainder of the bomb squad. Chris, you might not know this, so listen up. We're gonna go from,
roughly
we're gonna go from bomb squad to other players as well that have their own little subjects. But we'll start off with these first two. So, what was left of the transfer window, ladies and gents? We had the greatest ever selling window in the Premier League. You can't deny that. It is the greatest ever selling window in the Premier League. We broke the record. But
in the world,
maybe even in the world, to be honest.
But European or what? Yeah, maybe.
But we had a few leftovers. But listen, if at the beginning of the window you had told me, hey, listen, you guys are going to sell so many players, or you're only going to have 4 players in the bomb squad left, I would have laughed at you and would have said, bro, you are deluded. But now I would have been in the mud because, yes, guys, we have only like 4 players left. And 2 of these players are as follows. Our boy here. Wait, I have the clip. Where's the clip? Our boy.
What happened when you invite girls in your place? Do you get a takeaway? You get a non-door?
Our Oopla merchant. Crystal Palace. So this is what happened towards the end, right? Crystal Palace were considering a move for Axel Disasi as they were looking for a potential replacement for Gehi, which this was on deadline day. They didn't pull the trigger on Disasi, so Gehi never got his move to Liverpool. Also, exclusive, West Ham want to sign Axel Disasi, no agreement. So yeah, this also happened. The West Ham wanted to sign and nothing happened. And then we come to find out Axel Disasi had loan bids from 3 Premier League clubs, but did not want to go to any of them. What?
That probably tells me that he wanted to go to Palace, and because the Guehi deal didn't happen, he couldn't go Palace. So he's gonna wait it out.
The Guehi deal didn't happen because he didn't go to Palace.
West Ham wants him, right?
No, because Liverpool want Guehi, but Liverpool don't want to, Palace don't want to sell Guehi, obviously. They'd rather keep him. So because the Guehi deal didn't happen, then he can't go Palace. That's what I'm gonna assume. I don't know what other Premier League clubs were in for him, barring him and barring Palace. Wolves. Was there not more than? Oh, we said only 3. Okay, fine. Yeah, Palace is the better one out of them. So I'm gonna assume he did want to go Palace, obviously, but because the Guehi deal didn't happen. That's
what
the one
I
that
heard is that the only reason the Gehi deal didn't happen is because Crystal Palace couldn't find a replacement for Gehi in time.
Really?
That's what I heard.
He would have been a good replacement, I think.
Oh, I thought.
But I think he probably rejected them.
Oh,
okay.
Maybe.
Because the Sassy
probably rejected them, which probably was waiting.
And you play Lacroix on the left, or even play Lacroix on the right and play Chris Richards on the left. That is very good. So
yeah, the Sassy would have actually been pretty good for Crystal Palace.
Maybe he wants to go back to
West Ham too. I thought.
Maybe he just wants to go back
again,
to
Chris.
I thought he would have been deep West Ham because if your team sits back and like absorbs pressure, I think Disasi is like your guy to do that. Maybe like he's a solid centre back, not something for like a top team, but like a lower like mid-class team. Then I think he could job. But I thought he'd been a decent replacement for Gehi, but maybe he rejected them. I don't know what he wants. Maybe he doesn't want to stay in England after Chelsea as well. That could be an issue.
Another one too is this one. So Fofana had a loan move to Charlton Athletic that collapsed. As the deal was not able to be done in time, Fofana turned down a loan move to Celtic in favor of Charlton, according to this reporter, Anthony R. Joseph. So David Dutch Fofana, another deal that couldn't get done because we didn't have enough time.
Poor bastard.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for the guy, but I mean,
I thought he was good when he was it Burnley?
I thought he had potential.
Yeah, like I thought he was alright.
But
yeah,
I don't know. It's a shame. I do like actually Fofana, but bro, like we've kind of that injury he had kind of distorted him because he was doing something well at Burnley, and then he went out on loan, and then that injury and stuff, bro. Like he is, I don't know. The potential wise, he's just as good as a lot of these players strikers out on the market, if not better than the potential. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we'll see what this one is. This is
a
weird one.
I don't understand why we never gave him a full-on chance. Like we
I
gave
don't
him
know
Mark Gill, or whatever he says his name now.
Mark
Gill, we gave him a chance, and he's played well in the conference.
Hey Blues, this is how to say my name, Mark Gill.
I just forget how it sounds. That's the problem. Mark Gill, I can say it. It's just I forget how it sounds. How do you say his name again?
Mark Gill.
That bro just needs to stay fit and get a big run of games, and then some good teams will be interested.
To be fair, yeah, injuries were part of his issue.
What injuries did he get? Like just
He
hamstrings
had
or just groin?
I'll pull it up in a minute, but yeah. What about the Sassy, Chris?
Like I said, before,
Sorry, you did say about
I
that,
did
sorry.
say before with Disasi, I think he's a defender who can do well if you sit deep, and he thrives off that bet with Chelsea. How Maresca plays, who play with a higher line. I don't think he suits that, and I did say that to you, Marshall. I don't think Disasi would suit Maresca from the very start.
Mhm.
I think a lot of people saw that anyway, but yeah. So I thought he'd do well like at Crystal Palace. I think he'd do well in that system, and I thought he'd be a good replacement. But if he doesn't want to go to these clubs, then it's not really like on Chelsea's fault. Like we did try to get a move for him, but like maybe he doesn't want to stay in the Premier League, and no one outside the Premier League went for him. Really?
Yeah.
That's
Or at least
maybe the
not for
problem.
the money we would want. Because like I could see him wanting to go back to France. I think that makes sense. But
Yeah, that would make
he would probably want a certain amount that French clubs wouldn't want to pay.
I can see that. He in terms of Fofana, by the way, to answer your question, Chris, he had a knee injury at Gostepe.
Well, knee injuries can be a bit.
Yeah, he had a knee injury. He was out from December till May.
Wow. Okay.
So he had a good time away from football.
Yeah,
unfortunately for him.
I thought he looked even decent when he came up for Chelsea. I still remember, but so he's still at Chelsea, right?
Yeah, he's in Chelsea's bomb squad.
Yeah. I mean, I feel bad for him because he's not gonna get minutes, is he? At Chelsea, I don't think. I can't see it. So, yeah, he's gotta like miss out. Like, unless I guess in January we can try and move him on in January for a loan. I can see that, but like, he's gonna suffer for a little bit then on the bench, reserves, or whatever you want to call it. Like, he's not gonna be probably seen on the bench actually, is he?
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Prime?
I'm surprised a German club didn't want him. Because
he didn't have the best of times at
because Leipzig have lost Sesko. Walter Mata got sold as well. Like, there are clubs that have lost strikers that would want him. Or maybe even a championship team or something. Or a promoted team. The Prem. I'm surprised they haven't done that.
Surprised they haven't got the Strasbourg on there.
I think he just listen, to an extent. I rate it that the Sassy rates himself to the fact that he doesn't want to go to these other clubs, but at the same time, bro, you need to play football. This is a World Cup year, and I mean, I don't think you're gonna get picked in the World Cup squad, but still, you would think. But yeah, let's actually move on to another player whose deal actually collapsed. Might as well get into this as well. Is Tariq George. Tariq George was on his way out of the club until the very last day. Yeah, he's still here.
Another winger that we have instead of
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm surprised Prime didn't know this, but it's okay. Tariq George's move to AS Roma is currently off. No agreement with Chelsea at this stage. This was September 1st on deadline day, and then we find out that Fulham agree a full deal to sign George after the AS Roma collapse, as earlier revealed. Chelsea received £22 million. This would have been a good deal for us. £22 million with a heavy sell-on clause, as David Ornstein reported. Here's the report. Fulham strike agreement with Chelsea to sign Tariq George for a 19-year-old winger worth £22 million package with sell-on clause. Personal terms in place for a 5-year contract for England Youth International. Permission given to Chelsea to do his medical. And then we find out here, breaking news from Guardian Sport later in that afternoon, that Tariq George's deal to Fulham has fallen through. George stays at Chelsea. Tariq George's move to collapse due to Harry Wilson remaining at Fulham. Chelsea had given George permission to complete the transfer, according to Jacob Steinberg. Tariq George will stay at Chelsea and be part of the Champions League squad. Tariq George was upset after what happened yesterday because for him, it was a chance to go and play. Deal collapsed as documents weren't signed in time. George will move in January if no other opportunities. Fofana to Charlton also collapsed. Documents not signed in time. Listen, with Tariq George, I get it, brother. I'm sorry that happened. Obviously, people. Listen, I'm waiting for someone to blame the directors for this one, but this has nothing to do with the directors.
How did they collapse? Like, was it like medical? What did you say?
Here. Tariq George's move has collapsed due to Harry Wilson remaining at Fulham. So they couldn't get the Harry Wilson deal done. So they couldn't have the financial headroom to get George, or even the squad room. So it's unfortunate for George. But listen, Tariq, if you do listen, I mean, I don't know maybe a professional is watching this. Who knows? But Tariq, if you're listening, listen, man. Keep your head up. Play. Be professional. Play well, and you can probably get your move in January.
I'll be real. Like, this fan base loves to twerk about Cobham. I'm surprised no one's angry that Garnacho is blocking a path for Tyreek. No one, because I also said on Lewis's channel, why is no one angry that we're selling an academy kid for Garnacho? Now we're blocking an academy kid for Garnacho.
The plan was never the thing is, Tariq wanted the move. Tariq wanted the move before Garnacho was even announced.
Marshall,
Tariq, yeah.
I know the logic. I'm not denying the logic. I know that.
Sure.
But the way this fan base operates when they cry about academy kids being sold for other players we bring in, this is the time to actually cry about an academy kid. You guys cried about selling Gallagher. Why are you not crying about Tyreek George being sold? Or now he's staying, but he's being blocked by 40 million Garnacho. Why are you crying about Tyreek George is better than Garnacho, but no one's crying about it. All you guys that love Cobham and gas up Cobham sexuals.
Yeah, we're crying about
actually cry about. Because we've wasted money on someone who hasn't shown much at Man United, and Tyreek George helped save our season to get top 4 and help us go win, and which help us get momentum to go win
the ball
Club
rolling.
World Cup. That is what people should be thinking, but no one's saying it. Why?
I like Tariq, but I think the plan for the ownership was always to have Tariq go away and get some more minutes to play consistently. Like, he can't have a season like last season. And this season, with the acquirement of, João Pedro, Gittins, even before Garnacho, I think George saw the writing on the wall, wanted to just get more game time, and I think they wanted I think the original plan was to get a permanent with a buyback clause.
Marshall, I'll be real. Like, I'm not disagreeing with the logic. Like, I agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah.
But this whole thing of buying Garnacho to be able to flip him for money. You wasted 40 mil on him when how much did Fulham want for Tyreek George? Was it 30 something?
22. We had agreed 22 million pounds.
There's no reason why say Tyreek George had a loan move this season, or even if he had stayed at Chelsea and played games in the domestics, there's no reason why we couldn't have sold him for like 40 mil next summer, or 35 plus, like, say, 5 in add-on.
Part of it's the UEFA thing too, that headroom that we needed to have.
Yeah,
because he counts in that Conference League team.
I know, but again, people should be angry that now Tyreek George won't play as many minutes as he should because of Garnacho.
Oh, they are. I think there are some.
I don't see enough people angry about the IBO. People are warming to the Garnacho signing. People aren't talking about we're blocking an academy, because when Nomoa scored for Liverpool, everyone was talking about, oh, look at us, we sold another academy kid and he's doing well. But now we're blocking an academy kid for Garnacho. No one's talking about that. And I'm someone who doesn't rate Tyreek George really. I think he's like a good average player, but I don't rate him really. But yet, no one's really talking about this. Because this fan base loves to crash out for academy kids. Crash out about this.
I understand, but I think the circumstances in this one is a little different because Tariq wanted the move. And when this club understands that you don't want to, fight for your place here, they will help you find the move.
Again, I'm not disagreeing with that. I agree with that. But this fan base just loves to crash out for no reason. This is something to crash out about, and you're not. That's why I'm confused. You can't tell me all of a sudden our fan base has found logic. They haven't.
Chris, what are your thoughts? Well,
am I wrong about that, Chris? Like,
no. I don't think you're wrong. I just think it's a different circumstance, because you would normally say, like, yeah, blocking the pathway, but he didn't want to stay. If things had gone well, he would have actually had more game time elsewhere, and he wanted to leave. So it's not like he wants. It's not like, for example, bringing in a right back for Acheampong, who we forced out of the starting club to sign a contract. He wants to stay at Chelsea. He wants to fight for his place, and if we were to block that, he never wanted to leave. That I would be like a crash out. But Tariq George wanted to leave. even
know,
before we
I
signed
know
Garnacho.
that, but all these problem sexuals that I see, the big ones in our fan base, no one's bringing up that point you've just made, Marshall. No one's saying that. People are just accepting that we're going to sell.
But I'm telling you why.
And
I think it's
we're
because
bringing
it's a
in
different
Garnacho.
circumstance.
No,
Yeah,
but
I think it's
no
because
one's
of
saying.
different
But no one's saying the no one's using the logic of the circumstance. People are just accepting it.
No,
It's
yeah, I
weird
guess so.
to me because you guys love to talk about this academy, but now an academy kid is not going to get minutes he should at Chelsea because of Garnacho.
Because he couldn't get his move. But no, it's not because of Garnacho. Because he couldn't.
No,
get his
I
move.
know. I know it's not because of Garnacho, but that should.
It's not
be
because
the
of
logic
Garnacho
they
either.
should
It's
be-
because he
But that should
wanted
be the
to
logic
leave.
they should be using because they use it all the time.
But to be fair, it's like if it was Achimpong, because people see a much higher ceiling with Achimpong, then you probably would have heard some reaction. If you didn't, I would have been surprised. I would have been
Because we
surprised.
also have an academy kid in Chalaba here as well.
Yeah, but
if
Chalaba
we had,
has proven
if
in
we
some
had
good games.
bought, who's a center back that in the Prem people don't really rate?
Gahey.
People rate Gray. If we had bought if Maguire was young and was young like Garnacho or whatever, and we were gonna sell an Achimpong, and we had brought in a Maguire, a young Maguire or whatever, I'd also expect people to crash out about that. That's just what this fan base does. This fan base crashed out when we sold Gallagher, who's not good.
Oh god, this
fan base loves Gallagher. This fan base loves academy kids for the sake of loving academy kids.
I now I see what you're saying.
I expect you to love this same academy kid and complain. Why is he being blocked by Garnacho? I expected people to complain because this fan base, you didn't rate Garnacho before we were linked with him.
Yeah.
You guys love academy kids. You guys rate Tariq George. I don't really. But now, all of a sudden, you're accepted that Tariq George is not going to play games. Or you actually know, you accepted that Tariq George was going to leave to bring in Garnacho, who is worse than him. Or sorry, Garnacho, who is worse than Tariq George. You're accepting that. Why?
I mean,
what do you think, Chris?
I agree a lot what you said, Prime. Anyway, like you said, I don't get why we brought in Garnacho when we had Tariq George, where I view like even Tariq George has probably showed more talent and Garnacho the last over the season. We could have kept Tariq George and sold him for more money if he had a good season coming on as a rotational player, a bench player, and other clubs. So you know what, this he's what 19, I think 19. He was 18, I think, when he debuted. I think he's about 19. So he's a very young talent, and if they saw how good he played well, I thought when he played this season anyway, and he could have had a better season, coming to the second season. I thought he looked okay anyway when he came on for Chelsea this season anyway. But it's going to be a very lean winter, I guess, for Tariq George, because he's going to get barely any minutes. I see Neto there on the left. I can see, obviously, you got Gittins there, and you got Garnacho there, sadly. We actually subbed on Tariq George the last game, I think, on strike. He played at strike. He didn't play on the wing or nothing because
he played strike.
We had too many wingers, so I just don't see where we can fit him there no more. And I do feel bad for him because, at Fulham, he would have definitely got minutes and showed what he can do. If he's that good or not, I don't know. But I do feel bad for him, and I do agree because I think we could have sold him in the future, maybe if we didn't sign Garnacho, especially. We could have signed for 35 or 40 million, and that's pure profit, right?
I can just see in the season, in domestics or whatever, Garnacho not playing well, and then people are complaining, why is Tariq George not getting a chance? He was great for us last season. That narrative is going to pop back up again by the same people who are not complaining about it now. This fan base just loves to complain for the sake of complaining, but now you guys have a valid reason to actually be complaining, because you guys don't rate Garnacho, but you're accepting him, and you're accepting Tariq George going, but now staying and not playing games. You're accepting it.
Oh, I see what you mean.
But then when the bad thing ends up happening, you'll then blame the ownership when you accepted this.
That's harsh, JC. Yeah.
So Tariq is not accepted for internationals, yes, but that doesn't mean he's
look
worse
at
than
him. Look at how old he is too. He's only 19.
He's 19.
What are we doing here?
Whatever. I don't know. It's just whatever. It's just again, it's just my opinion. But when this ends up becoming a topic later in the season,
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Let's actually. because I don't want to dwell on this too much either,
Yeah,
because I
sorry.
have a few other stories. No, you're fine, you're fine. But I get what you're saying. Like, this should be a reason for fans to crash out, and it's funny that they don't, but they crash out over stupid shit. But speaking of crashing out, let's talk about someone who hasn't crashed out. And it's funny too, because like these people say like, yeah, we had a good selling window, and other people's response would be, well, not really, because we still have this guy. And it's just like, motherfucker, we got rid of majority of the squad that needed to be sold, and we're stuck with 4. Like, also be realistic and not deluded in thinking that, oh, we need to be perfect. Like, no window is perfect. I just, fans piss me off. But anyway, let's talk about it. So Sterling, the extent of the bomb squad's isolations include having to use a separate toilet, different changing room, and not being allowed to eat with any first teamers. The remaining bomb squad members are Sterling, Disasi, David, Dr. Fofana, and obviously there's another player in there that we'll discuss. But anyways. So, so Sterling remains in the bomb squad. Exclusive. This is what happened towards the end of the window and why things collapsed. So, Fulham revive Raheem Sterling. Talks continue also for Kevin. No agreement with the player. And Samu Chukwueze. Sterling option considered by Fulham today. Raheem Sterling has no interest in a move to Turkey, Saudi Arabia, or the United States as it stands. Still nothing progressing over Raheem Sterling's future. We're going to be stuck with his £325,000 a week salary again, which, it's unfortunate. Matt Law also saying here, told that under 1 hour in the window remaining, there's still nothing progressing over Raheem Sterling's future. And Sky Sports Cow is saying that he's set to stay at Chelsea unless something really unexpected, dramatic happens. Ben James confirms it. Sterling stays at Chelsea, and he's not open to moving to Saudi Arabia, which those windows, the window of Saudi and the window for the Turkish league is still open. But yeah, Kieran Gill saying here that, my comment down there. Raheem Sterling still has high ambitions that includes a desire to represent England again someday. After winning 82 caps previously, he will now have to focus on continuing to train at Cobham separately if necessary. And the reason I find it hard to believe, guys, is because he must know by now he's not going to get the play time he wants here at Chelsea. And he's asking to, and he's well within his rights to ask, I get it, but he's asking to, for one, get a move to a team in London, and for two, big up Robert, for two, to also remain at the salary he wants to remain at. He knows the biggest issue is his salary, and that no club wants to pay for it. So I feel like that contradicts what he's saying here, that he wants to have high ambitions that include representing England again. Like, brother, if you really want to represent England again, then cut your salary so you can actually go and play football. But listen, you're well within your rights to have your demands, and if they don't get met, that's fine. But if you really want to increase the chances of you playing football again and actually playing for England, you cut your salary. But listen, I don't know your financial situation. I don't know, the cost of living for you and your family, and I'm sure it's expensive. So, and that's it. That's just your close family. You probably have distant family that you try to support as well. I don't think Sterling is a greedy person, but I think Sterling is a person that, he lives an expensive life that includes being charitable for other people as well. So, yeah, this one to me is kind of like it's a rough one for him in terms of like, I find it hard to believe that you aspire for England because you don't want to make those cuts or refinance your life in order to live off of a pay cut so you can play more game time. But it is what it is. So anyways, there is now appears to be a reluctance from Chelsea to pay Sterling up, and they are unlikely to reach an agreement for over a severance package for the £30 million remaining of his contract. Raheem Sterling appears reluctant to give Chelsea any easy route out of their agreement. And the last thing, Raheem Sterling is unlikely to have his contract terminated, which is pretty much what everyone was saying, terminate the contract. Well, that's mutual, right? Like, we can't just terminate his contract, because if we do, then he can sue. And he has to agree on paper to terminate the contract under terms. He doesn't want a severance package. So to me, that screams he's comfortable with what he's making. He's comfortable in the situation he's at. And that's it. We're just going to have to bite the bullet. So, Robert, let me know if you want to come on the show, by the way. But yeah, that's Sterling in a nutshell. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Prime. I feel like we agree on this.
Big up, Robert. Sterling is the trajectory his career has had has been like, I thought he would have like done well enough at Arsenal to get a move. I'd be so real. I said that last summer.
Arteta never gave him the play time. I don't know why.
Yeah, Arteta just didn't play him. And if he's
Prime,
willing
can I
to
ask
like,
you something actually?
Yeah.
Do you think Sterling is so bad to not be able to get a move to another club?
No. His pace is gone. But like if he's playing for like there's no reason why he can't play for like
Fulham, West Ham,
he could play for like one of the like mid-table or lower mid-table side, or even in the Championship he could still play. Like, or even if he made the move abroad, Serie A, I think he would still do well in the Serie A. I think he would do well in the MLS, but like he doesn't want to leave England, and he doesn't really want to take London. A pay cut, or at least that much of a pay cut. So that vastly limits your options. So
it does.
And it's not like you had been performing amazing for the last 2-3 years where you could afford to take maybe a year out and still have big options. You now don't have the big options in terms of like wage wise that you could get. So either you kind of bite the bullet a bit and take a bit of a pay cut to still play football, or you just like see out your contract. I don't know how much he has left, but you see out your contract and retire. Because
chat, read this tweet. Go ahead, Prime.
There's now appears to be you just the same thing. Yeah, like it's either that. So I don't know, man, but like I don't, because you were speaking about like because the type of person Sterling is, like you're right, he probably is like a lot of things like he has tied up financially, like he's paying for and stuff, which is fine. Like whatever, that's your life. But that's probably why you don't want to take the massive pay cut, which again, fine. But then your options are vastly limited. To get the big money you want, you would have to go to a Turkey or MLS, and you don't want to make that move. So, what now? Like, we're stubborn when it comes to money. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know, but. Yeah, it's just he doesn't want to move. He doesn't want to budge. Like, he doesn't want a severance package, which I would take a severance package. Listen, if I'm Raheem Sterling, I take a severance package and then I find another club to play at. I'm pretty sure you can, like, a severance package pretty much meaning pay out like a certain amount you agree on for the remainder of your contract.
That's probably it. Was he offered one by Chelsea?
Well, this is what it says, right? There now appears to be a reluctance from the Chelsea to pay Sterling up, and they are unlikely to reach an agreement over a severance package for the £30 million remaining on his contract.
That means Chelsea would be willing to pay him, but for a certain amount.
That's what I'm understanding.
And Sterling also has a certain amount he'd be willing to accept. So, and there's a difference. So, and especially 30 mil.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If I was Sterling, you get the severance package. You get it in chunks, right? So it's almost like a paycheck. You're still getting a paycheck. That liberates you from the contract, so you can then go and play for another club.
But
so, which is why when I read this tweet, Prime, hold up, let me show you. When I read this tweet, I was like, I think you're full of shit. I don't think you have aspirations for England anymore, because if you did, you would go and find another club to pay for, and you would agree some type of severance package.
Maybe, but I think maybe part of the severance package, maybe part of the contract for it is you can't join another rival.
It could be.
And he wants to stay in London, and technically any London club to Chelsea is a rival. So if that's the case, he wants to stay in London. So say, like, if he agrees to a severance package, then he couldn't join Fulham, for example, or Palace, or Brighton, or
There could
Brentford.
be something in the contract that says
So
that. Yeah,
maybe
sure.
there's something like that in there. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And like, it's kind of sad what's happening with Sterling because, bro, the talent he was when he broke through and how much he's done in the
100%.
Premier League and how much he's done for England, like, it is sad what he's going through right now. I'll be real. But I don't know. Like, it kind of is what it is. Maybe Chelsea and Sterling will agree to some sort of a deal. I wouldn't be surprised by, like, maybe the end of this year they agree to something. Because if it is true that he wants to make the England squad, which I don't think it's that crazy of an aspiration, I'll be honest. Tuchel actually likes Sterling.
Sure.
So I don't think it's necessarily too crazy that he could play this season and be on form, score some goals, and get in the squad. I don't think it's a crazy thing to make an assumption to. So,
Sure.
you know, I get it. So I don't know. It's like it is what it is with him, I guess. But
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It is what it is. And you can still, two things can be true. You can still aspire, but also not want to break away from your contract. Like, I just think sometimes when you're a professional player at this level, when you get paid for me, it's easy to say it as someone who doesn't get paid £100,000 a week. Like, I would take a slither of that and be content playing soccer or football. So it's kind of hard for me to put myself in Sterling's shoes and be like, just take that pay cut and be happy playing football. Isn't that what you're,
if you think about it in proportion to your field, if you're to be fair, I don't know how much you get paid, but like say you get paid like 75k a year, and with 75k a year, to be fair, that is a lot of money, so comparative, and you have a certain lifestyle that comes with that. What is half of 75k? Even like not even half, say, but like even if you cut that down to 50k, that is a drop in your lifestyle. Would you be willing to take a cut down to 50k? Like,
yeah, no,
I'm just,
if you have a certain amount.
I want people to think about that comparative wise, you know.
No, and I get
especially
that.
If,
I think,
especially if, like, say part of your 75k, say you're sending some of that money like back home as well, because I know your background and stuff.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be surprising if you would do that. So you going out
with Raheem Sterling, he's definitely doing that, right?
Definitely doing that. So
definitely,
if he's going down from whatever he is right now, if he's going down 100k from that, that's a lot of money, bro. It's a lot of things he can't do to help out. Not even being flashy with the money, just helping people. A lot of people he can't help anymore.
Yeah. So it's a complicated one.
Yep.
I don't blame Sterling entirely for doing it, but at the same time, it's like it's a gray area. Like, Sterling is in his rights to do what he's doing, and he's being professional about it too. He's not like throwing a fuss. He's not putting out articles saying Chelsea are like this in the backgrounds and stuff. Like, he's not slandering Chelsea. But at the same time, Chelsea do want to get him off the books. We do kind of need him to go, and it's unfortunate because this is what happens, guys, when you give someone who hasn't proven himself at Chelsea a certain amount of salary, and then when he flops, you can't get rid of him. So you can't give that salary to just anyone. And
that's why, again, because we spent big on these players in our first window. And even in Nkunku, I'll kind of include in that because we bought him like a month, I think, after the first summer ended with this new ownership. So I'll include Nkunku in that too. Because we got burnt by basically all those signings, it makes sense why they're very hesitant to buy big profile caliber players. It makes sense why they're hesitant on Osimhen. It makes sense why they're hesitant on Mike Maignan. When you can get a younger player who is maybe not as good now, but will be in a year or two, that doesn't have the attitude and baggage. But Sterling
It's-
doesn't have that attitude and baggage. Sterling's actually a good player to have in a squad. Mentality-wise, leadership-wise, he's actually a good player to have. So
It's crazy that I've been saying this from the jump, and Chelsea fans are finally coming around to the idea of like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Don't pay high salaries because then you get stuck with Sterling. Yeah, that makes sense. Like I've been saying this. It's ridiculous. But let's move on to. I'm glad you mentioned striker because let's talk about the striker situation. And we'll start.
You're not happy about this, are you?
I'm not upset about it.
All right, you're not talking about Jackson.
Okay. Jackson's right after this, actually.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'll talk about Jackson right after this. Let's talk about this current striker situation. So we didn't get a chance to really discuss too much of why it happened and what's going on, but we knew that Mark Guiu was being recalled pretty much, right? So Ben Jacobs here reporting that Guiu has completed his move back to Chelsea after Sunderland agreed to cancel his loan. Difficult situation, but one I am told Guiu has handled professionally. He'll now get to play. Chelsea had decided Guiu was the best option rather than buying and loaning someone else. And to get that sorted in case something with Jackson, who was also subject of interest from 3 Premier League clubs, took place. Chelsea ended up having to agree to repay the loan fee they had charged Sunderland to get Guiu back, according to The Athletic. Also, not surprised here, a Blue Co Extra reporting from Nizar Kinsella, that the decision to not sign Conrad Harder and to work with Mark Guiu was also made with Emegha's future development in mind. I brought this up last time. Some of you kind of judged me for even bringing it up. And here we are, a few days later. Emegha. Strasbourg striker Emmanuel Emegha is seen internally by Chelsea as a striker or as a player that could play for them soon, or in the Premier League. The decision to recall Guiu was also taken with Emegha's future development in mind. Now, for those of you who do not know, and I'm going to pull this up right now just so give you an idea. Did I spell the name right? I did. Okay, let's see. Emmanuel Emegha, 22-year-old striker from Strasbourg. He had a pretty solid season last season. Nothing that, awed me, but he was their main striker and put up some decent numbers. It wasn't terrible. Had 14 goals, 3 assists in 27 starts for Strasbourg. Young striker, still raw, but you could see there's talent there. There is a talent there. He's currently the captain, so he's got leadership ability as well. There's a good player in there. Whether he's going to be good enough for Chelsea, time will tell. And I think we will be a little bit more competitive in that department with João Pedro and Delap now in the squad. And potentially Jackson coming back, which we'll discuss about that. But yeah, I think all of this kind of made sense. I don't know why people are crashing out so much about Guiu, considering, one, I don't think he's a terrible striker at all. As a third option, I don't let's be realistic, guys. Third options, it's hard to have a third option of someone's caliber of Jackson. Jackson is borderline a starting level player. So it's hard to get a player of Jackson's level to agree to be third choice. This isn't back in the day where we had 2 strikers. First of all, we didn't even know we were playing with 2 strikers up until recently, right? And also Cole Palmer being injured. So there's that factor. This isn't like back in the day when we had Solomon Kalou in the team, who was happy to be a bench striker. A lot of these players believe in themselves and want to play for first team minutes. And when you have Jackson, who, was offered first team minutes at a Bayern, I don't blame him for wanting to move and not wanting to stick around to prove himself and stuff like that, especially considering he had already tasted first team football. So people crashing about Guiu being the third choice, I feel like is absurd and absolutely ridiculous. This is a kid that's not going to throw a fuss about it. He does have potential. He's not a bad player. He's actually similar in profile to what we see in Delap. Also, out of all the academies that I would actually trust players from, besides our own, La Masia. He's a La Masia graduate. You have players that are as young as him from La Masia cooking up in La Liga at first team. So I trust the products that come out of La Masia. I think there's a good player in Giu. As a third choice, I don't think he's a bad option. He's not ready to start out and out every single game, but I do think there's a player there that could develop and could be good for us even at this current level. I don't think he's as bad as people make it out to be, and I don't understand the crash out. I don't know if you agree with me, Prime, but I mean, let me know.
About what are we
Giu.
about Mark Giu?
Giu being the option we went to.
I think he's a striker that has good potential. He played in the Carabao, so he can't play in that now for us.
Yeah.
Meaning, it's gonna be, I don't know when our next Carabao Cup game is, but I'm assuming it's João Pedro because the lap will be injured, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Meaning you has to play minutes now in the Prem. It can't be a thing where he doesn't really play in the Prem. I don't think he played in the Prem at all, really, barring the off the bench against West Ham. He now has to play minutes in the Premier League, and I know we signed Buonanotte, but again, he's not in our Champions League squad. Buonanotte, meaning it'll be Palmer and João Pedro who can play in our 10s in the Champions League squad. Because, in the first, say 2 games maybe of the Champions League group before the lap, or even first game before the lap comes back, it'll be João Pedro striker, Palmer 10. You won't have a backup 10 unless you want to include Esteval, I guess, in that. And I don't think using the Champions League squad as a striker, no?
Esteval?
Is Mark Giu in our Champions League squad? I'm assuming no.
I think he is. Bear with me as I find that out.
Okay. Well, assuming he's not, in our first group game, where we face Bayern Munich, we will only have 1 striker and 1 10. Assuming you don't also count, he is in our squad. Okay, he's in our, okay, fine, cool, fair, then that's okay, I guess. But as it stands now, we have 3 strikers, unless you count João Pedro as a 10 option, which I kind of count him as a 10 option, meaning it's 2 strikers with the lapping, what's his name, with you, and then 2 10s, I guess, with Palmer and João Pedro. But then we also have Buonanotte on loan, which is why I said he's on loan to appease Brighton, not because he's really part of our team. Because if he is,
we'll
be in our Champions League group and the league phase squad, and he's not. So I just hope Mark Giu actually gets minutes out to play in the Prem. I actually want to see what he can do, because in terms of his build and what he showed in the Conference League, fine, it's Conference League, but from what he showed, he is actually good. Like, there is potential there. He has a good build. And the lap is just a better, more polished version than him. There's a reason why Ipswich wanted to sign him when they sold the lap.
Yeah,
so
he's a similar style of play,
Similar style, similar mold. So, yeah.
Do you have an opinion on Emegha?
I haven't watched him, much, really. But he is a very good talent. And his numbers last season, and that was really his first, season starting. I guess maybe you can kind of say breakout year. Those are they're good numbers.
Let me actually check. 23-24 season. What has he done?
Did he play much the year before?
So 28 matches started. Let me see. I'm gonna go by minutes because he had 8 goals and 2 assists with about 2,000, a little over 2,000 minutes. Yeah, relatively the same amount of minutes played.
Okay, but he is a good talent. Emegha's for us long term in the team. So I don't know. That's interesting because we do also have that. What's his name? Pat guy. Sat Patel.
Who's that?
I don't know his name. He beat Celtic in the Champions League. Striker.
The kid from Kazakhstan.
Yes, I don't know his name. I can't remember where he's from. I don't know his name.
Satpaev. Yeah.
Yes.
I forgot. Yeah.
He's apparently
he's another one to look for.
Too. So maybe the thing is he's gonna go to Strasbourg first, and then we'll get Emegha.
Maybe.
But
I just. That's why, when I read this,
Emegha, I don't know how. Maybe I need to watch Emegha really more this season. But how good is he? long term to be like he could actually be the option for us. But I also like what T said. I also like that we didn't piss off Strasbourg fans by taking him on deadline, because that would have fucked them, and that's not a good thing. So it's good that we didn't mess them up, and we got someone in Gu who actually wants to be here and play, and that's good. The mentality,
that's also good.
I'd rather have that in the team than say have to force back Jackson and we don't know where his mind is at. At least with you, I know where his mind is at. So that's the positive.
Yeah, I think there's a good line of options going forward for us, whether it be Emegha, because I think with Emegha, my opinion based on the few games I've seen of him, I think with Emegha, he's still raw. I think this season is definitely going to be a season to pay attention to what he does and see how he improves off of last season, because last season was really setting up the foundations with Rossignol. Rossignol has really established a good team at Strasbourg and a good mentality, good feeling in the locker room, and I think he's got good tactics. He's proven to be tough to beat. I think he's got 3 clean sheets in a row, maybe 4. I could be wrong, chat, so definitely check that for me, please. So yeah, Strasbourg have been really good defensively, and Emegha is going to be a big part of that team because he's going to be the goaling output, and I think he needs to refine his game a little more. He's still young. 22 is a young age for a striker. So give it time. He could definitely improve on the numbers he had last season this season. But if Emegha were to come to Chelsea, down the line, you have the option of Sapaev going to Strasbourg to develop and refine his minutes as well. Strasbourg have a good team, and it's definitely a team to look at because I really am looking forward to Strasbourg season. Like when I don't have Chelsea to watch, I'm going to try to watch Strasbourg because it's a fun team to watch with the likes of Paez, your likes of Enciso being in there, Emegha as an option, Penders, you got Mamadou Sarr as well, Barco, Diego Moreira, who's still there as well. Like, there's a lot of former Chelsea players and potential Chelsea players playing in that team right now that you definitely want to keep an eye out for. That I really rate where this team is going, and I do think they have a good shot of making Champions League this season. But yeah, it's going to be a good season for Strasbourg. Definitely one to keep an eye out for, especially those players. And Emegha, who is being touted as being potential lane or potential pathway for him to make it to Chelsea's team. So let's move on to another striker that ended up not working out for Chelsea. And I have mixed feelings about this one, Prime.
What has happened that you don't like? Did I miss something?
We'll go over it. Okay. Because you know where I stand with Jackson. I defended the fuck out of Jackson. You know that.
Yeah. That's why I'm surprised. I've been out all day, so I don't know if I missed something with Jackson that happened.
I think today there was some new quotes and recently a lot of things that he's been saying that kind of rub me the wrong way. So let's get into it. So the first thing on Jackson, and I want to, again, actually, there's a tweet here. We'll read the tweet, and this will point it out for you guys, because I've been reiterating the same narrative, and I'm fighting against this narrative on YouTube that apparently we forced Jackson out. That's not the case, but we'll read you a quote in a little bit. So the latest here, this is from Deadline Day. Nicholas Jackson's permanent exit from Chelsea still not out of question before the deadline. Jackson is a possibility for Newcastle as replacement for Isak. Nicholas Jackson, Randall Kolomoani, if Yunus Wissa deal collapses, are now 2 players to watch for deadline day for Newcastle United. FC Bayern also considered Kolomoani even before Jackson. The problem was, and still is, Paris Saint-Germain only want a loan with an obligation to buy. Multiple sources with knowledge of the situation said Nicholas Jackson ultimately lost the trust of Enzo Maresca and some of the hierarchy at Stamford Bridge, prompting Jackson to seek a move. And can you blame them, guys? Can you blame them? Like, look at the situations that happened in Jackson's last 5 games for Chelsea. And I mean it. Last 5 games for Chelsea. You know, it's not been good. 2 red cards in very important situations of the season. So it's not been good for Jackson. Let's continue on. Exclusive. Bayern considering resurrecting Nicholas Jackson move in the final hours of the window. Ali Barat working to try and find a solution. Jackson's loan with buy option was called off following Liam Delap's injury, but fresh contact now taking place. So, then we have Fabrizio reporting here. Nicholas Jackson deal was never off or collapsed, even after Bayern letter to return, former Bayern letter to return to London. Chelsea have depth now with Mark Guiu back to the club and can renegotiate terms with Bayern, open to solutions. Jackson and Bayern is not over. And then we have the here we go. So it ended up becoming a loan with buy clause with new element of obligation to buy included in the deal for 2026 as Chelsea wanted. Jackson already agreed 5-year deal at Bayern, 16.5 million loan fee. Here we go again. We continue on. The Jackson deal was a £14.2 million loan fee with £56.2 million in obligation fee. Deal comes in just under £70.5 million, according to Matt Law. Continuing on, Fabrizio said, after Delap's injury, Chelsea told Bayern and the agents of Jackson to stop every single conversation because they wanted the player back. But Jackson's immediate reaction was, I don't want to play for Chelsea anymore, with maximum respect from Jackson because he maintains a good relationship with Chelsea. But he also feels that everything was broken between them on a sporting point of view. Chelsea wanted to head into the season with two out and out number 9s, Delap and Jackson, as well as a versatile forward that they now hand in João Pedro. And this is the tweet that I wanted you guys to listen to. However, Jackson informed Chelsea of his desire to explore his options in early August, and while Chelsea were happy to keep Jackson, they did not want to stand in his way. Chelsea did not push Jackson to leave. Chelsea helped Jackson find a suitor once Jackson said, I don't want to play for Chelsea anymore. Once Jackson heard that Bayern were interested in purchasing him. Once Jackson heard Newcastle were interested in purchasing him. Once Jackson heard that AC Milan were interested in buying him. When he found out there were suitors for him, he then wanted to try his luck at another club where he was probably going to get more playtime. This is a player who was used to first team minutes. When those were jeopardized, he chose to go to a club that he would get more first team minutes. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him for that at all. But I don't like this narrative that people are saying Chelsea pushed Jackson to leave, because that is not true. So, yes, Jackson wanted to leave once he found better suitors, which ended up happening a little later in the window once we got that. But Chelsea were happy to keep Jackson, and I think Jackson would have had some good game time in this situation especially, and at Chelsea. But I'll explain more of my opinion on Jackson in this whole situation in a little minute. So, Nicholas Jackson had a few things to say, and I did have a few problems with some of the things he says, and I'll go over which ones I had a problem with. So, he had an interview. He did say the following. I'm really happy now to be part of this great club. Bayern is one of the best clubs in the world. Everyone knows the names of the legends who've played here and knows that this club stands for the greatest success. I've got big goals and dreams here and will give my all to help Bayern win more titles. Ali Barat also said that Nicholas Jackson needed a platform that matches his ambition at Bayern. He finds a structure of excellence and football identity tailored to his strengths and project that will allow him to write the next chapter of his legacy. This is kind of where I begin to have some problems, right? So I was a little sad to leave Chelsea, my teammates, the fans. I experienced many strong emotions there. We won Conference League and Club World Cup. I thank all the people I met there. No problem with that. This is where I start to have a little bit of an issue. So he says here, I was very happy to sign for one of the biggest clubs in the world. And at the same time, I was a little sad to leave Chelsea. Teammates and fans, I experienced many strong emotions there. We won the Conference League and the Club World Cup, which fair. Jackson on facing Chelsea in the UCL. This is football. It will be exciting. But once kickoff is whistled, I'll give everything for my Bayern. It's also a great opportunity to show who I am and how much I've grown. The president, or at least, who is this guy actually? Hold on. Let's do a quick Google search, guys.
He's a sporting director, I think. Or director of football.
German executive soccer player. He's a German executive and former professional player who played as forward in West Germany. I think I'm assuming he works.
I remember his name because Jez
He's a
is
board
mentioned
member at
in
Bayern.
as has Zier and Liam.
Yeah.
Bayern.
So he's a board member at Bayern. And he said this on the deal. The player and his agent contribute to 3 million euro. So we paid 13.5 million euro the loan fee. There will definitely not be a permanent contract. That only happens if he plays 40 games from the start. It will never happen, he said to this outlet. So what bothers me is, for one, the narrative around Jackson, right? Like that, we forced him out. No, we didn't force him out. I strongly believe he felt, because even people saying like, oh, look at the strikers that we got in, look at the players that we recruited. We were basically forcing him out. I don't think that's true at all. We're giving him competition. People sat here and said, we need to improve on Jackson. What did we do? We improve on Jackson. And then what do? They turn around and lash in the other direction saying, oh, we're forcing Jackson out. What is it? Do you want a better striker, or do you want Jackson to stay? So that's one of the issues I have with it. But I think the biggest issue I have with this whole situation with Jackson is that the way he went about it, the way he kind of threw a temper tantrum when he was almost not going to get his move, it's like, brother, you're not a Bayern Munich player yet. Like, you need to, if this is true, you need to play 40 games for them, which to me sounds like, unless Harry Kane gets injured, you might be coming back to Chelsea, and then you might have to depend on Bayern to actually negotiate a permanent move for you, my friend. So I think there's an element of like, you have to keep a certain level of professionalism and not really backhand compliment your former club, because you might end up coming back to Chelsea. And listen, if I was Jackson, I'd want to move to Bayern too. I don't blame him whatsoever for getting to move to Bayern. I think it's fair. I think it's a good shot for him to play. You get to learn under Harry Kane, who's one of the best strikers in the world. And it's Bayern. You're going to get more goals there. You're going to have the space in behind as long as you stay on side, which I don't think is that much of an issue for him. I think a lot of people like to overplay the whole offside thing with Jackson, when with the whole offside thing, it's also part to do with the defenses, right? Like defensive traps and offensive, offside traps and stuff. It's both ways, right? I don't think Jackson was a huge offender of the offside rule. I think it just comes with experience, which he never got at an academy. He kind of learned just by being a good player going from team to team, right? He never had academy training. I think Jackson needs to be careful how he speaks about Chelsea, because you don't know if Bayern are actually going to pull the trigger on that permanent option and actually buy you. And you might have to come back to Chelsea, which, listen, again, I don't blame Jackson for moving. The chance to go to Bayern is there. I would have taken it too. I would have just been a little more professional about it. I also don't blame Jackson for moving, because let's be honest, Jackson doesn't owe this fan base shit. I'm going to be so real. Jackson doesn't owe this fan base shit. I've seen the way so many Chelsea fans absolutely talk so much rubbish and shit about this player. And now I'm being gaslit into saying, no, we didn't really want Jackson to leave that much. Absolute dog shit. The amount of times I saw my timeline fail comps to Jackson. Oh, good riddance, we got rid of Jackson. I'm surprised there wasn't a Jackson going away party on a space like I saw for Jorginho when he left. So many Chelsea fans wanted this guy gone. Well, he's gone. And I don't want any more people crying about it. He might come back. And if he comes back, I'll welcome him back with open arms, because I don't think he's a bad player. I just think he needs time to improve, and eventually you're going to have a really good player in our hands. But Chelsea isn't a place where patience is very much welcomed by the fan base. And, we want success sooner rather than later. So sometimes we're not going to be patient for all the players. But that's just my 2 cents in this whole situation. I do like Jackson. This is his announcement video, by the way, for those of you who are interested in checking it out. But yeah, it's listen, it's good for him. I hope he does well at Bayern. I hope they do trigger the option to buy, because it's a good fee. let's be honest, it's a good fucking fee. 70 million pounds for Jackson. I'll take that any day. Any day. But Prime, enough of me waffling. What do you think, man?
What do you have a problem with, Marshall?
I have a problem with the way he went about it. It was kind of unprofessional. I feel like he's kind of burning the bridge and kind of accepting the fact that he's gone to Bayern for forever, not realizing that, brother, you're on a loan with an obligation that you have to play 40 games.
Oh yeah, but he's saying that to be like to appease him, to like talking about how great the club is and stuff. He wants to go to say at Bayern, which I don't mind that. Do you have a problem with the whole we pushed him out stuff, right? You were saying you have a problem.
I have a problem with that, but that's not on Jackson. I have a problem with the temper tantrum he threw towards the end, where he was absolutely refused to come back to Chelsea.
I don't think it's wrong him refusing to come back to Chelsea. I don't have a problem with that. I get it. Him
I get it to an
being
extent
pushed
too,
out,
but-
by the way, as well. I also agree he was pushed out at Chelsea. Maybe not publicly and verbally, like, but bro, like, we signed a striker to replace him. The lap was not replacing Jackson because we needed another striker anyway. We needed a second striker to compete with Jackson, be the backup, be a starter ahead of him, whatever. We've needed another striker for 2 years. So the lap was a signing that made sense regardless. Our plan as fans, anyway, we didn't think we'd be selling Jackson. That wasn't what we thought the plan was. But signing João Pedro then pushes Jackson out the door.
I don't think so.
It does push him out the door, though.
No, go ahead. Finish your point. I'll rebut when you're done.
Buying João Pedro then pushes Jackson out the door because that's two strikers who are. João Pedro is better than you because he does everything else you're good at in terms of the technical stuff, the link-up play, all of that, and he's better in front of goal than you. And the lap is a different profile than what you are. Lap can do the physical stuff, bully strikers, all of that. The stuff that you can't really do because that's just not your profile. So we now have two strikers that are, one's better than you, and the other one is just like different to you. Where do you play? Your third choice. Even if Jackson had stayed, which again I don't have a problem with because I still like rate Jackson, and I still think in a couple of years he will be a very good striker. I say striker. I think he'll be a very good player. In terms of the goal scoring thing, I don't know if he'll ever truly crack that, but he's not really a striker for me. I think him as like playing as a second striker in a 2 or playing out on the flanks or whatever works perfectly. And at Bayern, hopefully he'll play a lot more positions than just striker, and he can prove to people and prove to other teams that he's a good player to have in your forward line. But to say he wasn't pushed out the door, I think is disingenuous. He was pushed out the door. Maybe not verbally and stuff. Maybe not a thing in the media of, oh, Chelsea want to sell Jackson. But you saw us say we have a price tag on him for 100 mil. We signed two strikers ahead of him. Where does he play? Two strikers that the manager favors and likes. So, like, where do you get back into the team now? And we know what Maresca does have favorites that he chooses to play. Maresca's not really going to alter the system much to fit someone else in. Because, for example, in Nkunku, I don't rate him all around as a player, but he is someone who is a good goal scorer. And we could have, in that patch where we were struggling, we could have used Nkunku's goals if we had altered the system. Maresca refused to do that. So Maresca has a way of playing and has players that he favors playing. So if that's the case, Jackson, I don't see him getting back into the team. It makes sense that he wanted to leave. And also what you said about the Chelsea fans treating him poorly is correct. Players see how they're treated by fans online. They see it. So from his point of view, the manager wants me gone, or the club, whatever, wants me gone because they've signed two strikers and this fan base hates me anyway. I'll leave then. That's fine. He's not like he kicked up a big thing and was cussing the club and all that. He didn't do any of that. I don't have a problem with what he did. I'll be so real. He didn't do anything bad or negative. What he said about Bayern, is correct. They are a big club. They are a great club to play
Of
at.
course.
And hopefully, either they buy him or he can showcase himself enough where another team will buy him and give us the money that we want for him. And people who are laughing about the loan and stuff, right? I don't think it's really a big deal because, yeah, Bayern probably won't pay the whatever that we want, but he'll play good games for them, a good amount of games, particularly considering the depleted numbers they have in their forward line, and he'll showcase himself, and he'll get his move that he wants, and we'll get what we want. So, I'm like cool with it regardless, personally.
Yeah, the only two things I disagree with you on is, again, like, I genuinely don't feel he was being pushed out the club. We have seen how this club has treated players when they want to push them out of the club. They isolate them. He was involved in Club World Cup when there were players like Renato Vega, for example, that were not invited to Club World Cup, right? He was involved in preseason training up until he wasn't chosen for the Leverkusen game, where it was announced prior to that he then agreed that he wants to seek out game time elsewhere outside of Chelsea. He now agrees to find a move, right? Chelsea were willing to wait until the fee was presented, because Chelsea always said, we're not trying to sell him, but if a good fee comes to the table, we will consider it. The fee never came to the table. What ended up happening is that he saw and let's be honest, João Pedro, in my opinion, is being used as a striker currently, but I've always seen him as a left-sided attacker or a left winger. He's a versatile attacker, a Firmino kind of role. So he's not like an out-and-out striker. So I see him as an attacking option that, yeah, we have used in striker, but he's going to be used in different positions throughout the rest of the season. Just remember that. Like, chat, don't get stuck on the fact that João Pedro striker. Like, I think when the lap comes back, when we have injuries in other positions, you will see João Pedro move from in that front line,
I agree
right?
with you. You're not wrong.
So I think realistically, the only striker that's really ahead of you, Jackson, was Delap. And again, I understand that angle of like, oh, there's strikers ahead of me and I might move, but I think it's really short-sighted when you take into consideration the amount of games that we're playing, and you're really like, if I'm in Jackson's position, if I was Jackson, right, my mentality, right, would be, okay, there's two attackers in the squad that could potentially play my position. I do think there is going to be game time for me, and in that game time, I will try to prove that I have a place in this team. Because just me personally, I don't give up. I do fight for my place. I do fight for what I believe in, and I do think he could have gotten a place in this team. I think there would have been heavy rotation. I think there would have been games where he is better suited in a game than a Delap, for example. Like maybe in a game where we need a little bit more pace, a little bit more trickery. Jackson can do that. Jackson can help with build up and stuff. I would think there are games where like we want to rest Delap, put in Jackson, and they can do the same type of job. So I do think there would have been plenty of game time for Jackson to prove that he can play. I think it would have been less pressure on me, which personally, if I'm Jackson, considering all the abuse that I was getting from players, if I want to prove them wrong, or not players, I'm sorry, fans, if I want to prove them wrong, take a little bit of limelight away from me. Let's see how the other players do, and then when I come in and then I score, then that'll show like, oh, this was missed of me. Because I remember the same fucking abuse Jackson was getting in the beginning of his first season. Then once he went to AFCON, they realized, oh shit, we missed Jackson. Jackson comes back from AFCON, starts going on good form, he transformed, and then people started to love Jackson again. So I do think like, I don't feel like, what I think happened with Jackson, if I were to get in his shoes, I think he tasted first team minutes, and when that first team minute was jeopardized, and you also have Bayern knocking on your door, I think it was kind of like this is an easy one. Bayern are interested in me. Let me just go to Bayern. Bayern's a great club. They have great history. They're already a Champions League team. You have a better shot of playing first team minutes at Bayern than you do at Chelsea. Sure, because there's less options ahead of you. There's Harry Kane. But Harry Kane doesn't always stay fit every season. He could potentially get some rest. He's getting older. You get to learn under Harry Kane. I get the move. I understand the move. My only issue with Jackson was how you went about it. When Chelsea wanted to call you back, it seemed to me that you threw a fit and were enraged about it. Which, listen, at the end of the day, I understand that as well. But when you're doing it publicly, when this is coming out, it's not a good look. It makes me not want you to come back because it makes me feel that you don't want to be here anymore, which is true, right? So at least he's being honest. And then how you're coming out in the press and I don't know, you're kind of almost insinuating that you're already not going to come back to Chelsea and going to stay at Bayern. It's not a guaranteed move, my friend. So keep friendly ties at Chelsea. Stay friendly. Don't talk too much shit or do many backhanded compliments. I don't think he's said anything ridiculous. I'll be honest with you. But I do sense that there's some backhanded compliments coming out. And the agent obviously not helping his situation. I think that is a little bit of an Osimhen situation. That's not his fault. I get that. But to me, kind of feels like, I don't know, man. I feel like you're burning a bridge a little too soon. I feel like he could have stayed. He could have had minutes, but I get the move to Bayern. I do. Like, when Bayern comes knocking, it is one of those, like, people say when Real Madrid comes knocking. Bro, when Bayern comes knocking too, let's be real. Bayern is the best team in Bundesliga. And they're, European giants for a reason. So I also get the Bayern perspective a bit too. But yeah, that's just the only things I disagree with what you were saying, Prime. But I like Jackson. I wish him the best, but I think he's going to come back to Chelsea, unfortunately.
Fine. Even if you want to say getting the lap and João Pedro is not pushing him out and stuff, because I agree with the João Pedro versatility, which again also doesn't make sense. Probably we have Garnacho, but whatever, cool.
Yeah.
Jackson is also a player that we've had discussions on if he's truly a striker or not. Jackson can also do what João Pedro does in terms of the versatility. So play in the 10 or maybe play off the left. Then you have a fullback overlap and be as the winger, and then Jackson can invert and play like an extra 10 or play as another striker in the 11. But again, we still were saying we're willing. He's not in the bomb squad. Fine, he's part of the team, guys. But if you give me the offer, I'm accepting it. We said it for Jackson. It's not like we said it because we got offers for Santos this summer. We got offers for Lavia. We didn't accept it for them. We accepted it for Jackson. That then tells me, fine, maybe we're not selling you publicly, but if I get the money I want, you're gone. That's what we did. And he went to Bayern, and then because we have an injury, we recalled him. From his point of view, I get why he's angry, because he's thinking, I'm going to come back and be third choice and not play much when it's a World Cup year. And he makes the Senegalese squad, but he's not a starter currently. By the end of the season, he could be a starter. But right now, he's not starting. Senegal just played Sudan. Do you know who their front three was? Or at least who played in one of their forwards played was Ndiaye, who plays at Everton. Mane, the old man Mane still plays. He's their captain. And fucking hell, their striker, I can't remember his name. But Jackson is a player for Senegal who either plays up top or in one of their like forward 10 winger positions. So sometimes they play a 3 at the back. Sometimes they play a 4. He's not a great starter right now, and he could be by the end of the season if playing consistent minutes and doing well. Which is why I get being angry at being recalled, because he might not get that playing for Chelsea. The minutes he wants anyway to play. So I understand the anger. And even within that, he still didn't he could have done a lot worse, bro. He just so many things he could have actually done. And maybe you could say in some way it could have been justified, and he didn't. So again, I necessarily don't have a problem with it, because I get it from his point of view. Personally, I don't know what people in the chat think, but I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, he wanted him to play striker. At the moment, that's what it looks like, Fred. But he is versatile. You're going to see him play games as left forward. You're going to see him play games as a left winger. You're going to see him play games as a 10. He was playing as a 10 the other day. So, like, again, João Pedro isn't just a striker. He can play multiple positions. I think so far what we're seeing, his best position is as a striker. So, yeah. And, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Prime. To an extent, too, like Duvan said, like, I don't think it's telling him to leave. I don't think it's forcing him to go out. But when you do get those strikers in, you're essentially telling him he can leave.
And that's why, from his point of view, it's like you're being forced out. You bought two strikers, and then you're saying publicly, look, if I get the money, you're gone. From my point of view, there's nothing I can do now, because the manager has already shown at Chelsea he has favourites. He's not willing to alter the system per se, but even if he does, he has two players ahead of me who are better or perceived to be better. And the club said, if I get money for him, I'll accept it. You didn't say that about other players we got bids for this week.
Yeah.
You didn't
Essentially, you're not wrong either, because if things play out, this is us getting the money for him.
Yes. Whether it's from Bayern or from another club.
Yeah.
So,
no.
Is what is Jackson. I hope you have a very good career, bro.
I do too. I think he's a great player. I think he needs to work on the finishing, obviously, which I think, bro, you're gonna be playing and training with Kane, bro. You're gonna learn a lot,
bro. In that open space in the Bundesliga, he's gonna
have some misses. Don't get me wrong. He's gonna have some stinkers, but I think he's gonna do well. And I do wish him the best. I just stop talking about Chelsea. Just focus on Bayern. Please don't burn that Chelsea bridge.
I don't listen. He's not gonna. Realistically, he's not paying for Chelsea again. So even though it's a loan, I don't think he's anything.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Just a few more topics before we call it a show here on Casually FC. Big up to every single one of you. Thank you for dealing with the technical issues that YouTube and StreamYard were dealing with earlier. I'm glad they're fixed up. So yeah, thank you for that. If you're tuning in, if you're sticking around, smash up the like button. It does help us out tremendously. And be sure to subscribe to the channel if you are new here. We're on our way to 5K. Big up to the new subscribers that joined. I do see that. Big thank you, Stream Elements, for letting me know when those subscribers come in. But yeah, smash up the like buttons. We're almost at 50, guys. So get us to 50 likes, and I would really greatly appreciate it. Just like our boy Buonanotte is going to appreciate it, because Buonanotte is not in the Champions League squad. Interesting development, ladies and gents. Let's talk about it. I think we have some theories as to why. I agree with pretty much the theory that Prime had, but let's discuss it. So, first things first, absolute Chelsea, Alex Crook, Ben Jacobs. Breaking: Chelsea have added Crystal Palace midfielder Adam Morton to their list of long-term targets. A deal before Monday's deadline would be tough, but it is one to watch moving forward. I put this in here because this happened shortly after Xavi Simons, and this happened shortly after Buonanotte was also being linked to the club.
We were linked to Adam Morton the summer. You know, the season he moved to Palace.
Palace?
Yeah, we were linked with him that summer from Blackburn. This is the summer we spent Lavia and Caicedo. We were linked to Morton.
I didn't know that. I forgot about that. But yeah, I don't mind Adam Morton. I just don't see how he fits the team. Just be depth option.
He doesn't. But yeah, bro, I rate Morton, but he doesn't fit.
Yeah. I think we covered all those.
Unless, hey,
go ahead, Prime. You say your theory first.
Listen, tell Lavia to fuck off.
I was just thinking that if Lavia doesn't work out, I can see Wharton coming in. And this is Lavia's make or break season, in my opinion.
Well, I say Lavia's 19.
20.
20? Okay, well, he's like him, and Morton's maybe a little bit older, I think.
Lavia's 21.
Sure. How old is Lavia? Or how old is Morton? At the same age or a little bit older?
For you right now. Adam Morton is 21.
Okay, same age. I'm not like, it's not like I don't rate Lavia, but like, again, you guys know me.
Yeah.
You're injured, I don't care. So until Lavia can prove he can stay fit, And yes, he's still young at a point where he could get over the injuries over the next season or two. But, you know, when you look at our midfield depth, and it's as good as it is, like, bro, we do need an option like a Lavia to help us bypass teams when we play out the back, especially with no Colwell and Tossin, who is the only one left that can do it. And Josh can't do it to a high level. We would need a Lavia to help. So Lavia can stay fit.
Doesn't really help.
Palace, swap deal.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. That's something to keep an eye out for, chat. So definitely Adam Morton as a potential option to come in for Lavia, who maybe doesn't make it this season. We'll see. That's something definitely to keep an eye out for. But this happened shortly after Xavi Simons' deal didn't happen, right? The hijacking, quote unquote. We continue on. Chelsea hope that Facundo Buonanotte, who is joining on from loan, can provide cover for Cole Palmer. Guardian Sport. This is the backup 10 that everyone wanted, right? So, well, not everyone wanted. This is the backup 10, which is the position people wanted to fill. People don't like who it is, unfortunately, because they don't watch Buonanotte. Buonanotte is a good player. Chelsea were long-term admirers of Xavi Simons and had an agreement on personal terms, but decided not to bid for him. Fermin Lopez was an alternative, but Chelsea realized a late window move for him would be difficult. Chelsea then moved for a much cheaper option in Buonanotte, while Julio and Cisse moved to Strasbourg. Fabian Heusler on Facundo Buonanotte. Facundo, I'm reading his name wrong, sorry. Facundo has great potential, and we see his long-term future with us here. And we will be monitoring his progress with Chelsea this season. And this is the Champions League squad. So I'll read it out. This is in German. So in goal, Sanchez Jurgensen.
Oh, yeah, it is in German. Sorry.
Yeah, it is in German.
I just realized what you said, yeah.
Defenders, Cucurella, Tosin, Benoit, Colwell, Hato, Chalobah, James, Gusto, Wes. Midfielder, Fernandez, Palmer, Gittins, Esugo, Santos, Caicedo. Attack, Neto, Delap, Pedro, Guiu, Steval, Alejandro Garnacho. Wait, Spain.
It's interesting that Delap and Cole are there, so that shows me
nationality Spain.
With Delap we know, but with Cole,
did you just notice that Garnacho's nationality is says here as Spain.
Oh, that's wrong.
That's weird. And trainer's Maresca, the one and only.
Yeah, the manager. But yeah, it shows with Cole. Maybe his injuries is not as bad as what was stated, meaning it makes sense that we didn't then sign a center back because they didn't rush it. So, which again also makes sense.
So notice some names here, right, that weren't included in the B list. Acheampong, Lavia, and George are on the B list.
Are you sure that's not the academy list?
No,
because there's like under 21s or under 18s or something that you don't have to list officially.
No, this is the B list. Acheampong, Lavia, and George. And then the rest are probably academy. But yeah, this is like, I think B list is if player were to come out fall injured during the thing, that you can replace them with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
bring him in.
Acheampong in for Colwell then, for example, and Tyreek George in for the lap. Okay, makes sense.
Sure. So let's continue on. And this is from Care for Youth. He kind of explains his perspective, so I want to read this because I haven't fully read it as to why Colwell was picked. So let's read it and let's see if this makes sense. I'll tweet this one last time so everyone understands. Yes, Levi Colwell is injured, but his inclusion in our Champions League squad changes nothing for anyone else selected or not selected that we own. The club needs 4 club-trained players in the A-list to be allowed a full 25-man squad. We only have 3, Chalobah, Colwell, James. Colwell being picked doesn't block anyone else. If we hadn't included him, it would have created another slot. It would just mean a maximum 23-man squad because we'd only have 2 club-trained players. Adding Achimpong and George to the A-list wouldn't help either. They're eligible for B-list and can still play from there. If you move them into the A-list, you use up a slot unnecessarily. In fact, picking Colwell makes a lot of sense. He's injured now, but if we go far into the competition, he'll be available. In January, we might want to add 3 new players if we progress. For examples, Buonanotte, Selena, plus a potential new signing if players leave or get injured. If Colwell wasn't already in the squad,
Sorry,
we'd have
can I
to
just do
use...
this?
Sure.
Sorry, let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
Just like last year for the Conference League, after the league phase, we get to make a new squad list for the knockouts.
Yeah.
So Colwell, so what he said about Colwell being picked now and about January, Colwell not being in this squad, say for the league phase, wouldn't affect us then picking him for the knockouts. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
He'd still play knockouts for us regardless, as long as he's
Yep.
It doesn't matter about it being picked now or not being picked now. Sorry, I just wanted to add
Sure.
that in case that didn't make sense. Sorry.
If Koa wasn't already in the squad, we'd have to use one of those 3 slots to register him then, which could block one of the others, including him. Now means we avoid the problem and keep all 3 slots free for genuine new additions in January. We still have a club train slot open, so again, his selection doesn't stop anyone being added. In simple terms, if Koa wasn't selected, we couldn't just add Buonanotte, Selena, or even FA trained players like Sterling instead of him. Just an example. So it was strategic. Adding Colwell gave us more slots to use down in the future rather than having to use a future slot to add him into the team if he were fit or to become fit if it turns out his recovery is quick. So that's that part. This is the last tweet on this segment here. Nearly all Chelsea summer recruitments have made the UCL A-list, suggesting they did make a positive transfer balance. The only new player not included is Facundo Buonanotte. I agree with your theory, Prime. I think part of this was to juicing up the deal for Julio Enciso, right? To get that done. We did him a favor so they can do us that favor of giving us Enciso. I do think another part of it is a strategic part of it of there's a lot of game minutes to be played. Right now, Palmer is injured. We need you to be available for Premier League games and focus on Premier League games if we need to rotate Palmer so that we can focus Palmer in Champions League games. And that's what I think a big part of it is from a strategic point of view. I do think this player is good. I do think this player could potentially be a really good player too. I don't think it's going to happen this season. I don't think he's going to have like a Palmer season, but he's not a shit player. And because he's not Xavi Simons, people don't rate him.
He can showcase his talent, meaning Brighton can then sell him next summer. And because again, this is about keeping good rate. This thing with Brighton we have, it's not going to end. So like,
it's not.
When we make a signing from Brighton, like, kind of accept it and don't hate on it, because barring Sanchez, they've all banned. And even the Sanchez one, this fan base now seems to rate him. So just Buonanotte is a good player. He'll
There's no way. The fan base don't rate him, man. Come on.
Oh, so he's not better than Donnarumma now. Okay, sorry, Marshall. You for one don't talk. Anyways, Buonanotte will play in the Prem. He'll do well. He'll be under the Chelsea limelight, and Brighton can sell him for money like they do. And it just keeps good relations with us, meaning the next player. Remember before this deal came through, the owner or CEO or whatever, he spoke, and he was asked about their dealings with Chelsea, and he said, "Oh, the next guy that they something like that." He said basically something like, "Next guy they get, they're due a cut price or whatever. They're due a deal." Well, we've just made a deal with them, so I don't think it's a bad thing. Also, it's interesting that our Champions League squad, at least as it looks from what I'm reading, our 2 strikers is the Lap and you, and the backup 10 to Palmer will be João Pedro, meaning you would have to get minutes in the Champions League squad. Yeah, how it looks to me, which I'm happy with. So that then shows like that, I guess, kind of backs up your point a bit with the Jackson thing. Then of Jackson may not have been happy because he wants to play at Bayern and didn't think he'd get minutes at Chelsea, but from what we've just shown with our Champions League squad, there's minutes there for you to actually play. Maybe not as a starter like you want, but there are minutes that you will get in our Champions League squad, because we have enough with the teams we're facing, there are teams there that you could start against, and wouldn't be that much of a problem. Maybe not against Bayern or Barca. I don't want him starting against them, but like the rest of them, yes, you can start against some of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me show you guys something, because this is another theory too. We don't know. Notice that Chelsea have been relatively quiet in regards to when Cole Palmer's going to be back. That kind of tells me that we really don't know the extent of Cole Palmer's injury. So I'm not saying he's out for the season. I don't want to scare you guys into thinking anything, but I also want to let you guys know that this could be as a backup to Cole Palmer, because he might be out for a little longer than we anticipate, and we need an option in that pitch. And I also wanted to show something. Yeah, like, you could be fit in a carnival, or not fit. You could be, injured.
I know, but if it was serious, it would be a bad look for you to be at carnival.
Oh, that's true, because that happened to Nani. Remember, I forgot about that.
Like, bro, imagine how this fan base would erupt if you're injured for long term and you're dancing at carnival. Like, no. So I don't think the Palmer thing is that serious. I think he was brought out as a precaution. It's good he's not in this Chelsea, the international break, the Chelsea squad. I'm assuming maybe Chelsea spoke to Tuchel about that. I don't know. But again, I don't think he's out long term. I really don't. I think against Brentford, he'll probably play. And even if he doesn't, no, he would have to play against Brentford, or at least get some minutes against Brentford to be playing against Barca or against Bayern in the Champions League for us the next game. So he'll be back against Brentford. He'll be fine.
Prime, what do you think about these stats? This is Epi Rep stats.
It shows take on stats. Shows, is he really at number 10? Your tackles, blocks, and aerials 1. Should you not play DM?
I know, right? I kind of thought that. I think what throws it off, I think what makes it nice for me is that, okay, 2.25 shots per game, a goal every 4 games. There's a better version of Gallagher in this.
A better version.
A much better version of Gallagher. One that can shoot at least and score goals.
A technical Gallagher. First.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
Again,
at 18 years old, or how old is he? How old is this guy?
Yeah, he's still young. Like
20. Sorry, yeah, 20.
I'm not fussed. Like, he's not here long term. I'm not fussed. I think we'll get good minutes in the Prem. He's proven to play in the Prem. He's good. Like, yeah, maybe not long term good for Chelsea, but like, hey, maybe play him in our back 3. Maybe that works. But yeah, he'll get.
Hey, Maresca loves a defensive player, man.
And Maresca likes his hard-working player. And
yeah,
I don't know. Like, I think
it's still
fine.
Really good stats for the tackles and blocks. That's good stats.
For people who are complaining, you guys also complained when Kendry Páez went out on loan. Kendry Páez needs that year, like Santos needed that year of development. So, and Páez will be back at Chelsea next year. So it makes sense. As much as we were looking at Xavi Simons and we wanted him and stuff, it makes sense not signing Simons if Páez is the long-term guy. Because Simons, I have a big feeling we just would have sold him in a year or 2 anyway, like we did with Felix. And also, I don't think Simons, talent there, yes. I don't think he's as good or consistent as what people make him out to be. At Spurs, we're going to see what he truly is.
Oh, Xavi Simons, okay.
Yeah, who do you think I meant?
I thought you said Felix.
No. Well, I don't rate Felix either. But yeah, Simons, I don't know if he's, like, talent, yes, but I don't think he's as good or consistent as what people think. So, yeah. Listen, that, whatever, is what it is. Like, Buonanotte, enjoy the Chelsea, and, when you get sold for big money to, like, a Man City or whatever, like, remember us. Remember.
Yeah.
Remember the Chelsea Champions League winners medal, you might.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, I am excited to see the player play. That's what, at the end of the day, outside of Garnacho, I just want to see these players play. Like, I'm excited to see these players play on the pitch, how Maresca is going to utilize them. Because I remember when we talked about João Pedro, I didn't think he was going to bang the way he banged. Because at the end, like, I didn't actually rate him that much. Like, I didn't think he was that good. Like, thought, yeah, he had some good games here and there for Brighton, but I don't think he's that good. He wasn't like Caicedo. Like, Caicedo was like killing it at Brighton. João Pedro wasn't killing it at Brighton. So for him to come in here and do what he's doing at the price that we paid for him, it's like, shit. Maybe they just didn't use him right at Brighton, and maybe that's the same thing with Buonanotte at Leicester, right? It was just a Leicester side that was coached by Steve Cooper in the beginning, and then who ended up coaching him? Ruud Van Nistelrooy. Yeah. Like, come on now, like
was Buonanotte? Oh yeah, he was on loan at Leicester, so he wasn't there.
Yeah, he went to loan on Leicester, then he played at Brighton.
Again,
before that.
Name me a
coaches make a difference, people.
Name me a guy we could have brought in as a backup for on loan, because this Paez guy you guys all love, right? So who could be a bot on loan?
Paez was way too risky because this kid Paez has not played football for a whole year.
Why?
Almost a year.
What?
Yeah, bro. Okay, hold on. I'll read you the stats. The last time Paez played football prior to whatchamacallit, to Strasbourg is I'll get you the stats in a minute. It's just
was it because the league season ended or something?
Something like that. And then as soon as he turned of age enough to play professionally in Europe, we sent him to Europe and didn't make him play another season in
oh yeah, because I remember he was training with Strasbourg in like March or something, right? And then I remember thinking, all right, cool, he's going there on loan. Because they tried to sell it to us like, oh, we're just getting him used to the European league. And I was like, nah, he's going there on loan. It's weird for him to train there, not train at Chelsea. You're going on loan. So
his last
that makes sense,
his last game professionally, I'm looking right now. Oh my God, there's so many competitions here. His last professional game looks like was, what the hell? There's so many competitions here in Ecuador. God damn, bro. It looks like it was 90 minutes, December 14th, 2024. After that, he hadn't played another game outside of the U21 South America Championships for Ecuador. So he was playing the U20s for Ecuador after 2024.
Okay, so when was this last club game?
December 14th, 2024.
And his last
almost
international
a year
game
ago.
Was in when?
His last international game was for the U20s.
When was that?
In February 1st, 2025.
Oh wow, damn.
So he wasn't really playing because I think what would have happened if we had just kept him at Eledú de Quito that he came from, I think, or Independiente, I think he would have had to commit to a season, half a season there, and then come back to us in January, maybe something like that. So he wouldn't have been an option.
It's not
it
like
was like I think it's something.
It's not
like
in Brazil, because in Brazil, Estival, the season's ended, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we don't want to halt him. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
It was a really weird situation for him because I think it's at the time he turned 18. That was a big factor. But yeah, okay. He I don't know what he's talking about, but yeah, he ended up.
Xavi Simons. Yeah. Okay. First.
Okay.
Yeah. But okay.
So
that then makes sense with him.
That's why he didn't come straight to Chelsea, and that's why he didn't play Club World Cup, because they said just go to Strasbourg, get your game time again, because you haven't played football in a very significant amount of time, and then let's see how you are after that. It would have been too risky to just bring him to Chelsea.
Why did we want Xavi Simons?
I don't know. We still don't know. Actually, that's actually a good point. We don't know what happened with Xavi Simons.
So, do you think that's why? Do you think having trust in Paez to be back is why we cancelled, or we didn't go through actually putting in the bid to actually buy Simons? And
I think, okay, this is what I think. I think we genuinely wanted Xavi Simons, but what ended up happening was that he couldn't be patient. Him and his agent did not want to wait. So when the Spurs deal came along and we still hadn't heard from Chelsea, and Chelsea were still waiting to get rid of Nkunku and Jackson, I think they were more focused on outgoings and seeing what other options could be available, opportunities over Simmons. I don't think Simmons was first choice, to be so real with you.
No, I know he wouldn't have started as first choice. And again, what you said makes sense.
But I mean first choice option as a signing. I think Fermin Lopez was their first choice.
But we've been linked with Simmons longer than Fermin. At least this window anyway. We've been linked with Simmons longer.
I think they rated Fermin Lopez's talent a lot more. Which actually, speaking of, let me speak on Fermin Lopez real quick. Actually, while I have it here, because
before we get
this
to
ended up
him,
not
I'd
working
say,
out. Yeah, go ahead.
If that's the case, fine. But why did we want Simmons or even Fermin Lopez when we have Paez then? Because Paez is there on loan, and we brought in Buonanotte on loan for a season, so then Paez can just slot straight in next summer. So why do we want... If Fermin Lopez, I understand, is a market opportunity. We were linked to him last summer. That's fine. So that coming up again is not a surprise.
Yeah.
The Xavi Simmons thing doesn't make sense because if you have Paez, who's meant to be this like big, amazing talent, that's why I'm like, the squad building sometimes it's like a bit odd because if, for example, the goalkeeper situation, if Penders is our future, but we were linked with Magnon very early this window, and we could have signed him, but we were haggling over the price because we wanted to bring it down. Just for us not to sign one, we won the Club World Cup. Then we were linked to Donnarumma, didn't sign Donnarumma because Penders is the future. But if Penders is our future and that's your vision, that's your plan, that's fine. Then why even want to go for Magnon and why have the links with Donnarumma in the first place? Like, if you have a plan, that's your plan and that's fine for me. Even though I don't agree with everything, fine, that's your vision. But don't say, well, this thing is my future, but I'm gonna, I get the market opportunity, but Magnon is ready to start for us now. Donnarumma is ready to start for us now. But they will both block Penders because Donnarumma is still young enough to play for another, say, almost 10 years. And Magnon's in his prime now and can help us win majors now. So
I think part of it is the price, right? Like, although we see a bargain for Magnon at 30, I think that UEFA restriction thing really, really fucked us. I think because they agreed a deal with UEFA.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't until after they agreed the deal they realized, like, oh shit, maybe we should have agreed a different deal because this one's kind of restricting us from making signings that we want to make.
I get the background stuff.
That was a mistake.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about from our club perspective.
Yeah.
If Penders is the guy for the future, if we had signed Magnon, whatever the price is, I don't care. But if we had signed Magnon, Magnon is good enough now where, like, we could go into this season even more confident of winning this league. And say Magnon does win us the league this season, then all of a sudden Penders has a phenomenal season at Strasbourg and he helps them win League On and win the Europa. What then? What do we do? Like, that's what I'm talking about, squad planning. It doesn't make sense. If you're focused on Penders, then why even... Who cares if Magnon's available? I have a guy who is going to be better than him in a year or two anyway. I shouldn't be worried about Magnon. I shouldn't be worried about Xavi Simmons because I have Paez. Because remember, when we originally got Paez and Esteval, they were supposed to be roughly around the same level talent. And Paez actually plays regularly for Colombia. It is Colombia, right? It's Colombia, not Ecuador. Ecuador, sorry. Paez plays regularly for Ecuador. Esteval doesn't really play regularly for Brazil. He just got capped for Brazil like the last season. So, like, what? And that's not me disrespecting the talent of Esteval. I'm just making the case, like, if this is just amazing high-level talent, and you're saying play there for a year at Strasbourg because you haven't played this calendar year football, barring the under-20 tournament, then why does buying Xavi Simons mean anything if we have Paez who's better than him talent-wise?
So I think with Xavi Simons, it was one, they wanted a backup for Cole, right? Because I think last season there was plenty of games where Cole did not play well, and we needed to sub him off, but we didn't have the option to, right? And Kunku wasn't good enough, KDH wasn't good enough, so on and so forth. So at least Xavi Simons gives you that little bit of a little bit of fire on your fire on your bum side to kind of like, hey, you have competition now. You're not just gonna like be complacent in this situation and be happy that you're not gonna be, your position is not gonna be in jeopardy. Like, you do have someone that could potentially be as much of a good talent that could take over, right? There's that. I think what happens, to tie it to Fermin Lopez and Buonanotte, is that Buonanotte for me is one of those like, okay, this was kind of like, let's just get this guy on a loan in case Fermin Lopez doesn't work out, because I don't want to be left without a backup 10, right? It's just a loan, so we just take up the small salary. I think that's fine, because at the end of the day, like, if he does go back from his loan, which he will actually, when he goes back from the loan, we do have a say as to like, okay, let's get him. If Paez doesn't cook at Strasbourg, we can go and get Buonanotte if he does cook. If Buonanotte cooks and Paez still needs some time, we could potentially flip Paez. We could potentially sell him with a buyback, do something else with him. We have options, right? So that gives you that option. I think Fermin Lopez is a signing that, much like it says right here, Chelsea sent the bid for Fermin Lopez because they had a feeling they could tempt the player. They want to try. They technically didn't need the player, but saw an opportunity. He will stay on Chelsea's list for the future. This tells me a player who could potentially come in, cook at Chelsea, and if he doesn't cook, we can flip him and make money.
That's a market opportunity for Fermin.
Yeah,
that makes, again, because we looked at him last year, so that's why I include him. I understand
and
that
I think,
market opportunity.
to an extent, Maignan could be the same situation. I don't want to think about it that way because I feel like that is a little silly to hype up Penders only to make him be a potential sell option like Petrovic. So
same
let's
with
just follow
Donnarumma too. Like
Donnarumma was a weird one. I didn't think Donnarumma was ever going to happen. Maignan, because it fits the profile more. I think Maignan was, if we can get him for 13 mil, fine. Let's see how it works out. Maybe we could potentially sell Sanchez for around the same amount or a little more. And if Maignan does work out, then we could see what happens if Penders is in there as a second choice to compete. We sell Jurgensen, we sell Sanchez.
I don't think Penders will want to be number 2.
And if not, then potentially to sell him, which would be weird. That's why it doesn't really make sense.
That's my thing with, I understand the market opportunities, but like, don't let these market opportunities take away from what you're actually doing. Because, okay, if you're saying Paez at 2 years, again, which I'm not even saying I disagree with, it would make sense.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
That would mean we need someone to be at Chelsea for 2 years. And Buonanotte is only on loan for a year. So unless we make Buonanotte permanent and then we sell him in 2027, that would be.
I think having Buonanotte this season as an option to see how he plays, and if he does well, we have the potential to buy him at the end of the season, right? We can negotiate something with Brighton.
And Cisco is there on loan. He's there on loan at Strasbourg, and
with the chance to come to Chelsea as well.
Yes. So if that's the case, are Enciso and Paez just fighting it out for a spot to be back up at Chelsea?
Kind of, sorta. It looks like it.
Like
it's low risk, high reward.
I know, and it's like you see why certain things
don't make sense.
Like again, I'm fine if that's their plan, cool. But it's like you're going overboard on these like young potential players and not helping us take the jump we need now to win this league. Because winning this league is doable, but just fix up on certain areas, and we're not doing that.
I think a lot of it, unfortunately, is because of our stadium. We don't make enough revenue from our stadium. And so we have to make up for it by having windows like we're having again. I wouldn't be surprised, Prime, if we actually start loading up on players like we did last season This is like the beginning of it. Next window, we load up on players and we do the same thing the season after.
Again, I'm not even saying I have a problem with that, Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
But why can't you just help us fix certain areas for us to make the jump? By the way, I'm not even saying like go buy.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying buy like who's the best, because we were linked with Hoyson.
Yeah, we were.
Hoyson's at Real Madrid, but if Hoyson had chose to come to Chelsea, like we'd have him right now. He helps us take the jump we need to actually make an even, like, I think we compete anyway, but to make the competition like even closer with Liverpool. If we had signed Magnon, say for the 8 mil or whatever, we'd be even closer with Liverpool. So it's like, but Magnon blocks Penders and Hoyson would block Anselmino. I think Anselmino, that's loan at Dortmund, I think he could be ready next summer to play at Chelsea. So it's like, I understand the things you're doing, and I see the vision, even though it's longer than I would want. I see it, but it's like, we could do it now. We don't have to wait for 2027, 2028, 2029. We could do it now.
I think this is where I agree,
like,
but at the same time, the thing is, like, I just don't think it's black and white. I think two things can be right in this situation. I think there can be two ways of going about it. Like, you can go for the immediate success now, but then you risk not having that consistency over time.
But I don't
you
think
can be
that
like a
would
one-off.
But I disagree. I don't think that would be the case. We could get the success now and still have it be long term. You could have both.
I think what they want to do, and this is their plan, and they want to stick with the plan, is to have consistency over time with basically a what's the word I'm looking for? With like a factory line, or like a chain, a pipeline of just, all right, cool. Enzo, you're starting to finally come to your final your
last leg,
your last legs of your career. Andre Santos take over, and then behind Andre Santos is another player that we got 2 seasons, and it's just like a pipeline of just over and over again.
Let's use the 2 examples you said. How old is Enzo?
Enzo is 24.
How old is Santos?
Enzo is 24. Andre Santos is 21, I believe.
That's 3 years.
Yeah.
Santos is good enough to start now.
Yeah.
So what pipeline is that? That doesn't make sense.
It's just a continuous pipeline where, like, they don't want to block young players from getting into Chelsea, but they're basically, the best way to explain it is this. You see an issue with the goalkeeper now, and rather than buying a goalkeeper that can fix the problem now, they want to buy a goalkeeper that will fix the problem next season and keep the problem patched up and fixed for the next 5 seasons after that.
I agree. So go get Donnarumma and not Magnon.
But Donnarumma isn't the option. Like, Donnarumma is okay. Whatever preference you may want. Okay, it's not about the preference.
Okay, Donnarumma's the wrong one. But, like, you get my point.
You get the starting goalkeeper
there's
now,
goalkeepers
right?
of, like, say, a Magnon, Donnarumma level that are not as old as Magnon. They're like Chevrolet. Again, I know it's a bad game in the Super Cup. I've not watched them personally, but Steve has. And Steve has said to me that, like, he would say
Chevrolet is good. He's one of the best. He was the best one in Ligue 1. He beat Donnarumma for that.
Why did we get Penders and not Chevrolet? And that's not me disrespecting Penders. I do rate him highly, and there's a massive talent there. But, like, you're trying to do the potential thing, but I think they underestimated how quickly we could be to actually win.
I understand that, but
it's
the thing is, Prime. Let me just land this point, just because I think this explains it all. Penders, if he bangs now, Penders is good for the next 10 years.
I agree with you.
If you get, let's say, the ones that were realistic, right, were Donnarumma we were linked with and Magnan. If you get either of those two, they're only good for the next 5 years.
I disagree. Donnarumma could play for 8 to 10 years for us.
I don't know about that. I mean, even in that case, If Penders does bang, he can play for that amount of time plus more.
Okay. And again, I don't even think you're wrong, because again, you see how we're not doing what Chelsea fans do. We're having a rational conversation about this.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but it's frustrating because we are so close.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
It's
just
so close.
We just need to be patient.
And it's like we're so close. Like, I still think we can win the Champions League anyway. But instead of saying I think we can really do it, certain signings can tell me we will win the Champions League and we can run it to the wire in the Prem.
Yeah.
Like,
it's not just about the goalkeeper. It's all the positions
bro,
in general.
do people not remember where we were just 2 years ago? Football moves quickly. I think they underestimated just how quickly we could get here.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, football moves quickly for clubs, but also for players. Yeah. So, this is what I'm saying, EE. It's not just about the goalkeeper. This goes for any position. Yeah. Rather than go for a Xavi Simons listen, Xavi Simons was in the plans. He just didn't want to wait. It sucks, but it is what it is. Rather than go for, let's say, Osimhen. Maybe that's not even the best example. But rather than go for
to be fair, we wanted a striker ready-made. Osimhen makes, that's a good example. We wanted a ready-made one. We got João Pedro on the lap.
For one, the salary, but also look at the age he's at, right? He's 26, I believe.
Yes, he is. 26, 27, yeah.
You can get, right now, Osimhen, who will bang, right? But he's only going to give you, at most, 4 good years.
Yeah.
Whereas, if you get someone who is at the lap, it'll take some time, but you'll get, maybe the first year won't be so great, second year better. By the time he 23, he can at least give you 3 extra years on top of that. 4 years, so he can give you 7 years. Pedro is 24. Okay. So even then, you can get 2 better years out of 2 more years out of Pedro.
I do get what you're saying, but we're not at a 4th, 5th place stage. We are I think we'll finish 3rd, but if City are going to be as bad as what people predict, we could easily finish 2nd and 5 points off the title. So what happens then? Say even if we finish 3rd and we're 5-6 points off the title.
You could have said the same thing about Esteban, and that's not the case.
What?
Yeah. No, it's just saying, this argument, you could say the same thing about Esteban. We're blocking his path, but that's just not the case, right? He's playing.
Yeah. No, Quenda can play both wings, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But what happens next year? We end the season. We've won the 2 domestic trophies, Champions League semi-final. We finished 2nd or 3rd, 7 points off Liverpool. What happens then? What happens in the summer? What is, as fans, even just us here on Casually, not forget the wider Chelsea fans. What are we saying we should do next season, 26-27? What's the aim?
Look at the weaknesses that we could improve on and see if we can promote in-house from players we probably already recruited previously. Or see if we can actually get someone that can make an immediate impact like a João Pedro.
But you're not going to say the aim should be, let's win that Champions League or win the Prem next year.
No, I would say that. But we just got to find the solutions to close the gap. Because you're saying we're 7 points off Liverpool or something like that, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Say we have the season where we're so close from winning the Champions League or winning the Prem.
I also do think with this team, naturally we will close the gap. Let's just say we don't make any signings at all. I think the players with experience and age will naturally close the gap over their team, where their team is aging. Look at Salah so far. I'm not saying his season's going to stay like this, but the way he's moving right now, I don't think his season is going to be anywhere close to what it was last season. So we're going to start seeing a decline.
We're naturally building a group age where we're able to capitalize when the others fall off. Which, by the way,
we're in the ascension.
I wanted us to do that when we got Lampard originally. I wanted us to build a team at Chelsea where we can capitalize when City fall off. And you've seen City fall off, and we weren't able to do that. It's now, what's their name? It's Liverpool. But even Liverpool is aging, and I know they've bought a lot of young players, but their best players are old. They've got a year left, maybe.
Yeah. And listen, this team has shown us that it can do more than we give it credit for. How convincingly... We didn't just beat PSG. We convincingly beat PSG. That's what people seem to forget. We convincingly beat PSG with this young squad. So if this team is this good now, and let's just say they win the UCL this season, if they're this good now, there's nothing that's telling me that they can't be this good next season, and then the season after that, and then the season after that. Like, bro, if I can do 5 in a row, if I can do one over Man City, I'll be happy that I waited this long. Because I've always wanted that for Chelsea, just consistency. I want to turn this into a farmers league where Chelsea's at the top.
I agree. Like, and that's why I said I spoke earlier about the mentality of the players.
Mm-hmm.
I respect the mentality the players have, the manager have. I respect all of that. But I'm talking about from the club's perspective, our scouts, the board, whatever. Like, you have a plan. Regardless of me personally feeling you can do more, you have a plan, so that's fine. Stick with it. I actually like your plan, even though it's annoying. I do like the plan. But you say you have a plan, and then you're like, "Oh, well, I could sign Mike Magnon." Oh no, I'm not going to do it. It's too expensive. It's like, why are you signing Magnon if you trust Penders?
I don't like how public they are about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
it could be if it was cheap, it could be an immediate upgrade on Sanchez, and you can sell Sanchez. I still believe you can sell Sanchez. There are clubs that are going to go for Sanchez.
Yeah, but Magnon is not just an immediate upgrade on Sanchez. Magnon is, at worst, he is a top class goalkeeper.
Yeah.
So that's not an immediate. Like, Magnon can still play for 3 years, say 4 years. So that's not an immediate upgrade. That is like making us like worthy winners.
Yeah.
Like that's if you wanted an immediate upgrade, like even though I don't,
you also got to take into consideration what the wages might have been.
Like,
that also
I can name 2 players. I don't personally rate them highly, but if you want an immediate upgrade on Sanchez, considering how people view them, why not go get Kelleher for a year or 2, or get Kelleher for a year. Penders, maybe he's ready next summer, and then you could flip Kelleher. Why not do something like that instead of or use Petrovic, or even if you trust Sanchez, I guess fine. But
that's where I agree with you.
Why do you want Magnon? If you trust Sanchez for the year, fine. I disagree, but fine. I'm not going to argue against it. But saying you trust Sanchez for the year, Penders comes in maybe next year, but yet Magnon's available and you want it. So if you trust Penders, who cares if Magnon's available?
Yeah. No, and I see that. With Penders, like, you might trust Penders, but we also have to see what he's like at a competitive level. Because, listen, I think he's good. He was good at... He had a whatever you may rate season in Belgium. Now let's see at Strasbourg. If he does cook at Strasbourg, that gives me all the evidence I know that I wasn't wrong about Penders and that he can come into this team. They said the same thing about Selena, and I'm not seeing any movement with Selena, right? Petrovic is where I give you all the credit in the world. Like I was saying, like from the get-go, that's where I criticize him the most. You could have had Petrovic to replace Sanchez. I don't understand. I guess maybe it's Maresca. I think it's more to do than Maresca. I think it's the board that just want to try to save face on Sanchez for whatever reason. But
but
they
that's
just
not my...
don't want to bring in Petrovic, and that's an immediate upgrade.
But that's not... Even though I do have a problem with it, that's not my point. My point is
that you don't have an excuse for having to continue with Sanchez.
I mean, but even if you do and you say you trust him, regardless of my opinion, it's fine. Fine, do that. But don't say you trust Penders as your future, but you're not gonna. But then you get linked with Magnon, because if what you're saying is true, is we don't know what Penders, and you need to see him. You could have Penders play, and then we could go get a better goalkeeper than Sanchez in, say, Kelleher or Emi Martinez. I don't rate these guys, but people do. So that's why I named those 2. Those are realistic options we could have got this summer. They're here for the year or 2. Or let's say Kelleher, because he's younger. Kelleher's here for the year. Penders kills it at Strasbourg. We can sell Kelleher next summer and flip him.
So now you have
you got the upgrade, but Penders is the future. He's better now, he's better next year. Kelleher's gone for 50 mil, say. Everyone's happy.
But that's an ideal situation if you have these goalkeepers agree to do a 2-year deal, which is unlikely. Like, most of these players want to have, like... I think that's what makes Chelsea somewhat enticing, is that they're willing to offer you a long-term contract, which gives you sustainability. Like, you don't have to worry about a move.
Yeah, but if we sign Kelleher for, say, 5-6 years, he did, when he had his chances, he did do well at Liverpool, to consensus of everyone. He won trophies there. If he joins Chelsea this year, we win a domestic or two, we finish second or third, Champions League semi or quarters, whatever. We have a very good season. He goes to the World Cup with Ireland, say they do well, like not semi-final, like quarter-final, round of 16, whatever. Sure. And Penders kills it. All right, cool. Penders, you come back. Kelleher, either you be your third choice, your second choice, and Sanchez is gone, or we sell you for like 50 mil to whatever. Everyone's happy that way, no?
It doesn't make sense to me.
It's like if you wanted a stopgap one, because that's why we were linked to Magnon, no? There's a younger guy you could have got where you can also get a sell-on value. It's like they don't do it properly in certain instances, which annoys me.
It could also be, well, actually, you know what? Let me not get too into it because then that brings up a whole nother conversation when I'm trying to kind of end the show. But the original point being like this, by the way, EE, I think it's such bullshit. I think you're trolling, but Simmons was not a smokescreen from Garnacho. There was no smokescreen Garnacho. It was so blatantly obvious. Like, if you're going to sit here and say that Simmons was a smokescreen Garnacho when Fabrizio was twerking for Garnacho since June, there's no smokescreen. What smokescreen implies that it was undercover and no one knew about it.
I don't have people feeling that way because, again, how it looks is we didn't get Simmons, Spurs signed him, and we signed Garnacho. So, like, again, people wouldn't be angry or as angry of not getting Simmons if we didn't sign Garnacho, because we signed him after not getting Simmons. That's how it looks.
I think if we were never linked to Simmons, I think the Garnacho thing doesn't hit as hard either, to be honest. I think that's a part of it as well.
Maybe, but we're also linked with Fermin Lopez. I mean, we didn't get him.
Yeah. And speaking of Fermin Lopez, like, if you guys read the tweets, he wanted to stay. He didn't want to leave Barcelona. He never really intended to leave Barcelona. He's a La Masia graduate through and through.
So is it just his camp that wanted him gone?
Barcelona were willing to listen to offers if the player wanted to move, and Chelsea were trying to convince the player to leave. His agents were also trying to convince him to leave because I think they saw an opportunity for him to make more money, them to make money, but he wanted to stay at Barca. I mean, to be fair, he gets minutes at Barca. But if Barcelona stated clearly that if the player says he wants to move, they were willing to allow it if the fee was met. And I think Chelsea were willing to somewhat meet the fee, which again confuses me because of the whole UEFA situation. So that's why it didn't work out, people, with Fermin Lopez. He wanted to stay at Barca, so it wasn't going to work out. All right, just one last topic. Let's breeze through it. Prime, you might have some opinions on this. This is a 4-hour show. So yeah, guys, a little bonus content because it is international break, something to kind of keep you entertained, before Chelsea come back this weekend, I believe. So yeah, guys, be sure to smash up the like button. Again, helps out the channel tremendously. Chelsea will be back on the TVs this Saturday against Brentford. So we'll be back for that reaction as well. But we're not leaving yet. We got one more topic. And the final topic of today's show is extra departures. Did not mean to press that. So yeah, extra departures for Chelsea. So some players that left, that went under the wayside, that no one talked about really because no one cares. Amari Kellyman set to join Cardiff City on a season-long loan from Chelsea. Cardiff City being like a League One side. So yeah, we're never beating the allegations that we scammed fair market value. Exclusive Nottingham Forest agreed deal to sign Donnell McNeely from Chelsea on a permanent move. He was signed on an immediate season-long loan to Wycombe from Nottingham Forest. So a talent of Chelsea, I guess, being swooped away from Nottingham Forest and sent to Wycombe, not Wycombe, Wycombe for a loan. Alfie Gilchrist. There we go. Our boy Alfie Gilchrist. Proper Chelsea Alfie. Yeah. Ben Jacobs exclusive here. Alfie Gilchrist set to join West Brom on a permanent move for £2 million plus add-ons, medicals this morning. David Washington came back to Chelsea. Not sure how I feel about this one. It's not a departure, so I don't know why I put it here. David Washington is returning to Chelsea. He scored 1 goal in 19 games at Santos. To be fair, I don't think Santos is doing very well, even with Neymar. And yeah, maybe not the best environment to send him to at the moment, unfortunately for him. Yeah, I don't think this player has a future at Chelsea anymore. I think it's too much damage done now, unfortunately for him. And next one and last one, Alex Matos. Latest, Chelsea and Sheffield United are making progress in talks for Alex Matos deals. There are still details to be completed, but confidence that an agreement can be reached soon. West Brom have agreed a permanent deal to sign Chelsea defender Alfie Gilchrist. I didn't mean to put that there, so there was only 2 tweets about it, actually. So Chelsea and Sheffield United have agreed a permanent deal for Alex Matos. Deal is expected to be announced tomorrow against Lucas Bendoni, and I think this went through. So, yeah, people. Extra departures. The David Washington one doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why that happened. That's unfortunate for David Washington. Career kind of derailed and didn't go as planned. It happens at Chelsea, unfortunately. Not everything is guaranteed, but hey, low risk, high reward. That's the game, unfortunately. I know we're playing with players' careers, but hey, they get paid handsomely to be tossed around a bit. Pause. So, yeah. Ladies and gents, that's the show. I have to pee, and it's been 4 hours, so you got a little extra content there, and you got to enjoy some interesting discussions. I think, Prime, you raised some really good points this show. Man of the match performance from Prime. But yeah, ladies and gents, you already know what to do. Smash up the like button if you haven't done so already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Be sure to check out the links in the description for more content and all that fun stuff. Also, guys, be sure to check out the memberships. There's 4 different tiers starting at 99p, and at the proper casual and higher tiered members get shout out at the end of every show, and that's going to go out to Not Yandu, Morning Zombie, Mo Beta, JBs, Gabriel Mejia, Lenry Sadiq, A Soliman, EE, Dark, and Adrian. So big up to you guys for your support. Big up to everyone else who's also been supporting at the other tiers. And copy and paste the raid message. Let Flawless know where you're coming from. Flawless, the GOAT, as always, doing content. Let him know where you're coming from. We'll see you again on Saturday. Actually, no. I think I'm going to have a pre-record on Wednesday for you guys to watch about the Action Punk situation, I think. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. And then Saturday, there won't be a stream on Thursday. Saturday, we'll also react to the game. And yeah, we'll be back to regular content related to Chelsea. There'll be more news and shit. Sunday, we'll do another Casually Chelsea show and all that fun stuff. All right, guys, have a wonderful night. As always, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for watching the show, and stay casual. Peace out.
Good riddance, Gilchrist. Good riddance. Don't come.